What up? What up? What's going on, y'all? See what's going on here. It's your boy Trigger Mike at night once again. Y'all come in slowly. I know other people streaming, but hey, I'm glad to be here with y'all. Thank y'all for supporting. Thank y'all for coming through. We'll get people in slowly but surely. Get those likes up right now. Get those likes up. We got one hell of a topic for you tonight. Thank everybody for coming through to the Trigger Mike Show on the greatest network on YouTube, which is the Lapeef Network. Thank you for your continued patronage. Hey, family, how you doing? Shout out to all the viewers nationwide and international. Got some of our people over there in the UK waking up right now that like to watch us for work. Make sure you tune in, hit that like button, subscribe if you have not, and also share this out to people who may want to watch something new on late night, right? I know the game is on. Y'all going to come in, trickling in after the game on the East Coast. That's cool. That is cool. But for all my international people that don't watch basketball, you can watch this show right here. I know y'all used to me in the daytime. I'm going to start mixing it up a little bit on y'all. So I still got fire at night. In fact, this is actually working out quite well because I don't go to sleep. I don't go to sleep till late anyway, every single night. I'm not one of those 9 p.m. people. If you're one of those people, I don't know what to say for you. You get good sleep. Well, if you got to be up early, my body can't sleep before, I'm gonna really say 11. I'm a earliest midnight. If you one of them people that's just a night owl, and I mean your body is just like that, I can lay down and nothing's gonna happen. I could lay down. I could try. Nothing's gonna happen though. I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna just be up. So I'm gonna let y'all trickle in, man. Welcome again to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Pleasure to be with y'all this evening on this good Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. How has y'all week been going so far? It's hump day. How's work going? Y'all good? Talk to me. Talk to me. All right. Y'all come trickle in, get those likes up. Drop me a welcome so I know you here. I'm going to read some of the chat shout outs in a moment. Just want to be here, be good with my people, you know? Just want to be good with my people. What's going on? Welcome. Shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley. 30% off along with a free gift. The link is in the description. As you know, Father's Day is coming up. Go ahead and get that good Tiege pack for the men. Don't even grab one. Get that good Tiege pack for the men in your life. All right. Go ahead and use that code that's in the description. You get 30% off along with a free gift. That's a good look. Skincare for men is a good look. We got to start taking care of ourselves in all types of ways. All right. I used to be one of those types that was like a guru. Now I need to get back on it. I've been slacking lately, but that's a good place to start. That's skincare for men. All right. Whether you got an edge up or not, whether you freshly lined up and got a fresh shave, your skin still needs to be popping. All right. So make sure y'all diversify. Get that Tiege pack. And shout out once again to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley, for the Lapeef Network. All right. So if you want to support the show, you can always do so by forming a super chat. All right. So we always appreciate any support you can give us on this show. And it is much appreciated as these productions do cost money. A lot of time and effort is spent getting these productions ready for you, these broadcasts ready. All right. A lot of editing time, a lot of sweat, finger sweat going. All right. More than you could believe. So we always appreciate your monetary contribution if you can. Thank you so much. And if you are watching this after the broadcast is over, please send us a super thanks as another way to show your support after the broadcast is over. All right. Who we got in the chat? Jordan Landry, what's up? Bear, what's going on? Leroy Flex, what's up? Prime VA, my man, hometown. Jolie Soleil, what's going on? Oh, Joey Soleil. How you doing? Get those likes up. All right, Jill's Chocolate Boutique, what's going on? All right, so today's topic, what do we got? Let me put that thumbnail back up real quick. What do we title this? Gabrielle Union 50-50 household split. All right, talk to me, chat. Talk to me. Talk to me, man, because this is getting old. I'm not going to lie. This is getting old. I'm tired of having this same old discussion with y'all. I have had numerous, I don't even remember my shows. I don't even remember my shows because I've had numerous shows talking about this already and how married folks actually get this done. But there's some other stuff, stemming from this topic and, these revelations that people are having that we need to discuss because Gabrielle Union is out here cutting up, man. So we need to talk about this topic. What do y'all think, man? What is the topic of 50-50? Y'all tell me what y'all got going on. Let me read some of the earliest comments on this. My man Leroy Flex says, they're both multimillionaires, so why does it matter? She splits the bills with him. After a certain amount of money, the rest just becomes extra. Let me guess, they'll say men should pay for everything. You already know, bro. Even though their wife is also a millionaire. That is correct. Prime VA 757 says, most married couples put in financially. That is a fact. Millionaires or not. Not sure why these women specifically think a man is supposed to pay everything while she sits around. Those are lazy ass women, bro. On everything, those are lazy ass women that think that. And unfortunately, we have too many of those in the West. We have too many of those in particular ethnic groups. The sad part about it is everybody that thinks they should be sitting around does not deserve it. They are fake flexing. Let me tell y'all my realistic thoughts on this, y'all. Let's take it off the Gabrielle Union topic for 2 seconds. Let's get off of that because that's literally less than 1% of people got money like that. Their net worth in that household is over 200 million. 170 of it being Dwayne Wade. Okay, so nobody relates to that, right? LeBron relates to that. Steph Curry relates to that. But the average everyday man and woman do not relate to that type of money in their household. Let's talk about the average everyday household for 2 seconds. Not only are people splitting bills, as I continually tell y'all, and I have told y'all, it like ad nauseum, I have exhausted myself telling y'all, married people that do this institution correctly do not keep score about where money comes from. They're not keeping score. Once they said, I do, bring it all in. Bring it all to the table. Once you got kids, it's all about helping the family. What you got over here? Ooh, put that down. How we gonna do this to better our family? Ooh, you got an opportunity over there. Let me help you with that so we can get this bread, so we can do more for the family. Ooh, I got this windfall over here. We need new cars. Boom, got that. Ooh, she got this bonus over here. Let's get new things for the children. Got that. Y'all are sitting here trying to keep score on where money comes from. Do you know what is ironic about that? While y'all out here trying to keep score about where money comes from, you still in last place. You haven't even started to build yet. And you still talking about how much you want a man to bring in. The people that don't have to discuss this with their partner have lapped you 10 times over already. I asked a question on my show, I think recently, and I was like, who has saved $10,000 in a year? I don't think anybody on the damn panel raised their hand, other than the old head. I don't think anybody else on the panel raised their hand. Not one. But when you are married and you start building whatever you're doing to scale, you working and you just get a raise here, a raise there. Let me bring this up real quick. Because I think people got it twisted. When you first get married and you don't have kids, right? You get married, clean slate, you working, she working. Let's say you're 30 years old, because people getting married later now, right? Let's say you working, she working, y'all both got average ass salaries. You make 50, she makes 50. That's a 100K household, by the way. You make 50, she makes 50. She pregnant with your first child. Y'all are only going to end up having 2 or 3 children within 18 months of each other, all of them. That 10-year outlook from when you're 30 years old to when you turn 40, you will not imagine what's going to happen in that 10-year time frame. Because what's going to really happen, and this is what happens for most people, y'all are really freaking broke. Those first few years of your children's infancy, y'all are really freaking broke. If you make 50K and she makes 50K, y'all aren't eligible for like any welfare. Nothing. Child care is going to beat you over the head. And if you're black, unfortunately, we don't have help in the black community. For some reason, black people just don't have help. All right. We don't have abuelitas here to help you take care of the kids. You don't got an aunt that's coming from Ecuador who just needs a couch to sleep on, but she's really eager to help you with the kids to give you some relief. We don't got none of that. Very few people have consistent help in the black community, which is another thing to talk about. Because that's why you're struggling. That's why you're always worried about finances, because y'all don't have shared responsibility between family members. Imagine how much you could do and how much money you can save if a family member moved in at their own will and said, I'm going to help you. Don't pay no damn daycare. I am daycare. We don't have that. So you're going to be, if you're black, you're going to be really freaking broke. When those kids are infants, that child care money is gone. My wife wanted to send our son to Spanish school for 1 more year. He already been there 2 years, $1,100 a month. That boy eligible for pre-K now. It's not free in Texas, but I'm a veteran, so he gets to go to pre-K. I said, send that boy to pre-K, and let's get this $1,100 back in the crib. Invest that. We can get him the Spanish lessons online. She already looked it up, like $60 a month. Run that $1,100. Last year, the other $1,100 from our daughter came back to the crib. That's $2,200 back into the crib. That would have been just going out per kid if we had more kids. You're going to be really freaking broke. Y'all are going to be broke when you're young. But guess what happens? Guess what happened? We got a 5-year-old about to turn 6 in a few months. My son just turned 4. Both of them going to school now. Bread coming back into the crib. Finances start looking good. Now, we've been lucky, right? We're not. I shouldn't have said that. We are not lucky. We work for this. So financially, we're more squared away than the average American couple. We're hustlers, highly educated, gainfully employed, got business here, business there. But still, all money counts. All right, we made it through the tough time. And the funniest thing is that they say marriages don't last past the 5-year mark. I wonder why. Because people aren't willing to suffer through that broke period before your kids get a chance to go to school and give you some relief. That is how average people start out. Let that money come back into the crib. You hustling, working, your wife hustling, working. That money come back into the crib. Now you could do more things for yourself. Get that new truck. Get that new fly-ass SUV the mama been wanting. That's how it usually works. Both people holding the family down any way they can. Whatever your husband needs from you in the form of help, that is how you help. That is what most people do. Why are we talking about it like it's 50-50? If all the money is in one pot, who's keeping score? We got money. Who gives a damn? I'm going to use your half of the money for this light bill. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. We don't do that. The money's in the account. How can we use this bread to advance our position as a family? If you don't have that going for you, if you're a man or a woman that is still trying to keep score with your partner, or you can't find a partner because you keep trying to keep score and tallies on how much they make, you have lost your chance at building. You keep moving the finish line back. Some of y'all are 10 years behind. You're 10 years behind your peers. No kids, maybe a kid with a dude you didn't end up with. This status shit is ridiculous. All y'all are going to look at, and let me tell you, this is why this part is really sad. All y'all are going to look at is a finished product of a family. All y'all are going to look at is the finished product of a family. And let me tell you how this works for real, for real. Because when y'all looking at the finished product, you can only wonder how they got there. But both people contributed. This is how it actually works. Not only do a lot of people split bills, let me tell you how this actually works for most Americans, immigrants, Black American families, Black elite families, Asian families. Let me tell you how it actually works. Because for those of y'all that think these women don't work, if you walk into the Chinese restaurant right now to carry out, it's a woman in the front. That lady gonna be there for years. Her kids are probably sitting down in the corner doing homework. That woman works. So I don't know what y'all talking about. But let me tell y'all how this actually works. The group that hustles the most, grinds together the most, their wives get to sit down first. The group that hustles the most together, that grinds the most together, their wives get to sit down first. My daddy drove cabs for a very, very long time. And he told me he did it because it was flexible. So anything he could, if he was awake, he could drive. If my mom needed to go to work, he could be home. If while we were asleep, he could drive. He did that job forever. The very first time we saw a little bit of relief, my mom was working at the beauty supply store. Then she went to cosmetology school. Then she started doing hair. Then she opened her own beauty supply shop, funded by what? My dad's cab money. All house full of beauty products, fly ass do-rags and wave grease. Okay? And combs and shit. And hair dryers and all that type of stuff. She opened her own beauty supply store. From there, my dad opened his first strip club. He went to work with my uncle for a little bit while he was still driving cabs. But then he opened his own strip club. 1 year after he opened his very first club, we bought a nice 5-bedroom house because I have 4 siblings. My dad put a fly ass Lincoln Navigator on 20s. You know, Navigator kind of big, but 20s. This was like year 2000. Yeah, year 2000. So 20s were all the rage. Chrome, black Navigator on chrome. This is like within the span of 2 years. This is our whole life changed like this. Next thing you know, 1 year later, I see my mom at home. This is the funny thing about Nigerian parents. They don't tell their children shit. You would think they would tell you what's going on. But I was coming home from school and my mom was home. I was like, Mom, what's going on? You sick? What's going on? You need me to go to the store? You want to take me to the store to go run the register? She told me she didn't renew her lease at the store. She didn't renew her lease because we got money now. There's more money coming in from the business, from his business, that her money at her business don't even matter. So she gonna start a business from the crib. I was like, oh, okay. So what my father essentially did, and my parents worked tirelessly. My mom did hair out the crib. She ran her beauty supply business. My dad worked for my uncle at the strip club. Then he drove cabs and opened his own strip club. My mother was 42 years old when my father retired her. The couple that grinds the hardest together, their wives get to sit down first. What is retirement age in the United States of America? Somebody please put it in the chat. What is retirement age? Became a full stay-at-home mom. It was kind of annoying because I couldn't do nothing. She was always on, like, God damn. I was trying to holler at this girl, bring her over to the crib, watch TV. What is retirement age? A couple of Nigerian immigrants that came to this country literally without a dollar to their name, damn near. We had to sleep in a 1-bedroom apartment on a 1 mattress for years, 3 of us, meaning 3 kids and my 2 parents, before we got a multi-room apartment. But that man that delivered pizzas first, drove cabs second, who came here, who got married at 25, came here like 24, got married at 25 to my mom, brought her over from Nigeria, retired his wife at 42, and y'all don't understand how this works? Y'all better stop playing, man. They did the damn thing, but that's not even as good as it can get. They did all that. Me and my wife done blew that out the water 2-3 years ago. They do stuff like that, so we have good examples. But we got a lot more money to make. My wife can't retire at 42. I know she probably listening like, you gonna retire me at 42? Nah. You're gonna keep seeing them patients. We're gonna put our kids in a damn White House messing around with us. But anyway, y'all get how it works now. Talk to me, man. If you grind, hustle, do what you can for your children, you gonna get to sit down first. Why y'all trying to sit down so early? Ladies, this is killing me. Talking about 50-50 split. I ain't doing no 50-50 split. But let me get back to this Gabrielle Union thing, because this has sparked conversations about splitting bills. And this talk about splitting bills is getting really old. I'm going to drop the link in the chat so y'all can come up and holler at me. This is going to be a short monologue. As I've told you, the couples with the most money don't keep score about where money is coming from. They don't. We are playing chess while y'all playing checkers. If you are somebody that is still out here waiting for some dude to make a whole bunch of money because you want to sit your ass down, you playing checkers. All of your homies, all of your homegirls that prioritize the right things, that want to help their man any way they can, even if that means going to work, those girls, those women, I promise you, it is a statistical and mathematical certainty. Look up in 5 years. They will have lapped you. Lapped you. They are playing chess. You are playing checkers. Let me make these points about Gabrielle Union, though. Gabrielle Union want to be a man so bad it's ridiculous, bro. Everything I watch with her in it infuriates me. And I mean everything. Everything. She has been so terrible these last few years with her antics and the things she's saying and things she's doing that I can't even watch her old stuff without getting mad. If Bring It On, if the East Compton Clovers come on the damn TV, I don't want to watch no more. Like, what is this lady doing? I don't want to watch the East Compton Clovers. She get on my nerves there too. But anyway, this is even more dramatic than we realize, this whole Gabrielle Union thing. Let me tell you why. This is more dramatic than we even realize. This is interesting because it reveals something about modern women. It reveals something to us that we thought wasn't true. When we talk about relationships and a man's value, y'all can't seem to stop talking about money. Y'all have basically put our worth in the amount of money we make. And let's be real, some of you dudes accept that because of your ego. If you got money, you allow yourself to be viewed and your value to only be perceived as monetary. Y'all screwed up there. Y'all screwed up there. You allowed yourself out of this false sense of validation to only be perceived as monetary value. So some of you dudes screwed up too. But women revealed something with this whole Gabrielle Union thing. Because money does not equal respect. That's what they told us. They told us you got to make a certain amount of money to qualify for my submission. They said that. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? They said you got to make a certain amount of bread to qualify for my submission. They said that. All right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Dwayne Wade is worth 170 millions. Millones. That man is worth 170 millones. That's like 4 times what his wife is worth. She worth like 40. This dude is worth 170. And he's still getting emasculated. Money does not equal respect. Fellas, listen up carefully. They have absolutely no plans on cooperating with you. Some women, not all, but too many. Not all, but too many women have no plans on cooperating with you or respecting you. And it's clear as day now, clear as day, that they just don't know how. All of this conditional submission they put in front of you, they gave you the objectives that you have to meet. You got to be a man of stature. You got to have status. You got to have money. You got to have swag. $170 million. This dude still can't get no respect out of the woman he married. Bruh. They lied to us. They straight up lied to us. Money does not equal respect. Some women, unfortunately, do not have any plans on respecting you as a man. So there are a few things I want to go over. I'm going to drop that link again so y'all can come up and chat with me. Link is in the chat for those of y'all. Click, make sure you cam up. The female ego, and I'm going to make a statement right now, y'all. Because I watched that interview over and over. And I don't just watch interviews for words. I don't know. Let me know if y'all do this in the chat too. It's something I started doing a little while ago. I don't know where I picked it up from either. I watch interviews for body language. When I started doing that, where I'm not even I'm listening to the words the person's saying, but I'm looking more intently at their body language. And sometimes I see that they're seeking like a certain type of response. They're using a different tone. They changed up the way they said it. They said it with more intensity. I'm looking at that. And when I tell you, watching that Gabrielle Union interview, when she, in that specific part where she was talking about the 50-50 thing, that let me know that the female ego is more dangerous to the world and to relationships and marriages than the male ego is. And those questions I want y'all to come up and debate me on. The female ego is more dangerous to the world, to relationships and marriages than the male ego is. We have seen the extent of what the male ego can do. It's already hit its fever pitch. There have been wars fought. There's been mass destruction. We built it all back. We thrown those fools in jail. We ostracized them out of society. We have seen the climax of what the male ego can do. Nobody is surprised anymore by the male ego. The female ego will destroy this world entirely. I'll put money on it. What y'all used to do, and women are very masterful with this. What y'all used to do, y'all used to just say male ego. And we used to be like, yeah, men can be egotistical. So you kind of hypnotized us into thinking women weren't capable of the same thing. But the one thing I've noticed being a man in business, a man at high levels of the corporate arena, men and women, women with power behave similarly to men with power. Anything you can name that you think is outside the bounds of what a woman can do, give her some power and watch you be proven wrong. Give her some power. Watch her be proven wrong. You think only men coerce women for favors, for sexual favors when they have power? Give power to a woman. Watch that woman be asking interns to drop their drawers so she could stroke something on everything. Y'all know, those of you that worked in, you don't even got to work in corporate. This is happening in the hospital. This is happening in police departments. This is happening anywhere. You find women with money and high titles. They're just as nasty, if not more. They overstep their boundaries religiously. Crazy, bro. Let me read some in the chat. Talk to me. What y'all got? My man Trey in the building. What's going on? True Table. What's up? DD, bring your ass up here. Who wears nail polish? You better not be talking about me, DD. I don't wear no goddamn. Do I look like I wear nail polish? I don't wear no nail polish. Oh, you talk about D Wade? Okay. Look, hold on. Let me find this thing. This is about the funniest thing I wrote today. Somebody put up a post that said, "What is wrong with Gabrielle Union?" or "What is wrong, with Gabrielle Union?" I said, something been wrong with him. D Wade married him, so she got to deal with it. Those are the dynamics in their marriage. D Wade married him, so now she got to deal with it. D Wade is the she. D Wade is the she in that relationship. Goodness gracious. I cannot live in a house where I'm getting emasculated like that. I mean, I wouldn't have married her. Let's just be real. Ain't no way he didn't know she was capable of this beforehand. But let me tell you something. I couldn't have it. That's not good. That's not good for their children. That's not a good dynamic for the world, damn near. I'm telling you. But y'all come up, man. Click the link. Talk to your boy. We're going to get it right. I'm going to read some chat messages. What's going on, Trey? Yes, my man Trey said, more 50-50 sisters. Need more Gabbies. See, here's the thing, Trey. Here's what I'm actually saying. This is my actual point on this. Yes, I agree with you. Well, what I'm really saying is I want to throw 50-50 out the window entirely, bro. I want to throw 50-50 out the window entirely. Stop talking about it like that. And ladies, I need you to understand something. It is very rare that throughout the entirety of your marriage to a man that you will out-earn him. It is extremely rare that that's going to happen. You can't outwork him in number of hours. That's already been proven. Go look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Y'all don't work more hours than men do. And he's going to consistently work those hours for decades while you do your 40. Look, women be running to the time clock. Y'all, don't lie. Y'all be running. Gotta get my babies. Y'all use every excuse. You know the damn daycare closes 6, rushing out of there at 5. And that shit 10 minutes away, lying your ass off. What's going on, Mr. Rich?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Did you see this Gabrielle Union stuff? Give me your opening thoughts on that.
Yeah, I saw it, man. I just think that I don't see anything new under the sun from what she's saying. You know what I mean? She's been that way since day one. I mean, this whole notion of 50-50 is a black thing. Well, here's
Yeah.
what I mean. Nobody, I mean, women have been working and sharing bills in the household, no matter how much the money a man make across the diaspora for a long, long time.
Yep.
And so this ultra negative feminist shit that grabbed did the President Trump shit and grabbed all these women by the booty, they're just lost in this psychosis. And I don't think, there's no amount of money or no amount of conversation that's gonna change that. I just think there's some women are just lost. And just what we call female ego is really vanity, right? That's the synonym. And their vanity is strong. And I agree, it's very destructive, depending on how they use it. And unfortunately, sisters, especially if they have means, a lot of them use it, and they can't see past it. And Gabrielle Union, everything is about her. It's always been about her. But I'm not so sure that Dwayne Wade is not a willing participant. I mean, I think when people just call him emasculated, and you could kind of conjure up some kind of sympathy for him, I think that's exactly where he wants to be. I think he is doing he and his relationship with her is exactly the way he's comfortable with it. I mean, she turned his son into a fruit, right? Well, I'm gonna blame it on her, right? Because if he disagreed and she said, let him be what he wants to be, I'm sure he acquiesced.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying we can't have a conversation about it, but listen, like you said, he makes 4 times more money than she does. He makes 14 million a year, which is like 3 times more than what she makes a year, a little bit more than that. And this whole notion of 50-50 means she's underwater. Because the reason why I'm saying that, I mean, I think Angry Man says some of this shit too, but I can do the math just as easy as he did. If she's paying 50-50 with him, what level of lifestyle are they living at? His number or her number? So, because if the level of lifestyle they're living at is closer to his number, which is 14 million a year, how is she really doing 50-50?
Yep. I mean, that is, what do you think about this? Because that's what I mean by like her ego being on steroids. Like, why would you need to say that?
Right.
In a home where your husband makes that much money, unless you were trying to, do you need to feel like a boss that bad that you need to make that statement?
Exactly. That's exactly what it means. I'm not beholden to him for anything other than this equal partnership that we're in. So I'm gonna say I carry my own weight. I'm not a kept woman. That's the kind of shit she's talking about. And that's why so many other sisters are pissed at her. Because, when you have a man making that much more money than you, shut the hell up and just suck him dry. That's what a lot of sisters are saying. You don't act like there should be any kind of option other than you have your money and you suck his money until he's dried up like a raisin. And then you leave him. And take whatever you can. It'd be interesting to see what happens when they get a divorce.
All right, my man Ikene. Opening thoughts. What do you got on the topic?
It's a publicity stunt. So this is what happened, right? Based on my opinion. So she saw that men on the YouTube have been attacking her for maybe whatever she did, because of Dwayne Wade's son, and also they've been talking about her that she's not like she's taking advantage of the guy, she's destabilizing the family. but also in YouTube, the YouTube sphere has also been talking about things like that women should contribute more to the family, that their money shouldn't be theirs 100%, that they should use their money to contribute to the family. So based on my opinion, she took YouTube talking point to make her talking point, to make it seem like she is now not that Gabrielle Union everybody's talking about. She's 50-50 with her husband. There is nothing wrong being 50-50. Because the black women have been saying that, no, I can't do 50-50. You see what I'm saying? I can't be 50-50. Then she's like, oh, I'm 50-50. So that now men will not be talking about her anymore in terms of the negative way. So they can be talking about her positively. Like, okay, if Gabrielle Union can do 50-50, why won't Keisha do 50-50? Why would Lakeisha do 50-50? Why won't Tanya do 50-50? You see what I'm saying? So she's trying to take that point away from men to make it all about her. Then she pissed off a lot of women. So her 50-50 to me is 50-50 based on what she makes. Or maybe she's contributing 50-50 to the mortgage, or which I don't think Dwayne Wade has mortgage. You see what I'm saying? So there's somebody with that kind of wealth. Oh, come on, man. His house is paid. His house is already paid off before he moved in, meaning that he built the house cash.
Yep.
Most of these guys don't have mortgage. So what is she paying 50-50 for? Grocery? I think that's what she's paying 50-50. Grocery. Yes, now I got it. Man, I'm smart. I got it.
So do you know what it is?
Grocery.
Do you know what it is though? You know what it is that I've noticed. So this is actually something that's really interesting to watch women do. She had to make this statement because she wants to feel like she's responsible for something. Because when you notice, like, men don't talk about any of this, especially when you have the means. You just kind of take care of things. You know, she needs to make the statement almost as if it's a part of her identity. And being with someone who, you know, who she was, well, he's always been successful himself as a basketball player, but she's someone who I think with older age, and you could tell by the narrative she's trying to push about her own career, she's realizing her value is diminishing because of her age. So now she's going to keep on making these outlandish statements, trying to hold on to that last piece of like power because she's about to lose it. What is she, 50?
50.
You know what I'm saying? She's 50 years old. So she's talking, I got to take care of this household. She sounded like a damn man. Like literally, there are 1,000 different ways to say it. And I got to talk to the ladies for a second because, you know, I like to make statements. You know, we got to teach stuff. I like to make these type of statements. All right. It is your job to protect your man's ego. Here's why. You have to protect your man's ego because a big part of his ego and his ability to move about in this world comfortably is based on other people's perception of how he controls his own home situation. You cannot be the greatest detriment to that to that image. Your wife can't be the one giving everybody the news on that you're not in control of your own damn household. Like, I literally know women that do this masterfully to where husband has been out of work for a year. Like, you know, in Houston, we got these oil and gas people. They'll be balling it up. Damn, they're driving a Bentley one year and then house repossessed and Bentley repossessed the next year. It's wild. You never knew anything. Their wife kept their mouth shut. Kept their mouth shut. You just see them again. Yeah, I got laid off. You know, been out here trying to work, get things together. You like, damn, the lady been over my house. She never said nothing to my wife. Protecting her husband's image, making it look like everything cool, like everything in control. So the sharks don't come circling, right? But I think we got to teach women that. I think they, you know, they'll jump on the bandwagon, just start laying their man low every which way they can. But I got questions for y'all. I want to touch on something you said, Mr. Rich. Is the concept of 50-50 a black thing? Why?
It absolutely is. I mean, just think about it. I mean, from I was in the workforce in the '80s. So was my wife. Even though in my mindset I paid the bills and I looked at her money as gravy, but all the couples I knew worked, both men and women. She went her way, he went his way, and I don't know all the details when they got back in home, but nobody labeled it 50-50.
Yep.
It was the real man who had enough money to cover everything. And as the cost of living went up, less and less men, not just black men, across the boards, white, Spanish, Asian, needed both incomes to live a certain lifestyle, middle class lifestyle.
Yep.
And it's just, to me, this recent 50-50 thing, I think it's like a YouTube thing. It's a talking point.
Yep.
And it's been misconstrued. It's been taken out of context. And, women, especially black women, are on steroids thinking about this fairy tale life that a man is supposed to provide all the things you need to live. And you can just sit on your, weaving, sandling and weaving ass, O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Thumbs up, Stanley.
And don't do anything. It's just absolutely ridiculous. That whole notion of his money is our money, my money is my money. I also think that's pretty much a black thing. It's just dumb. And I think some people actually believe that, and that's why, that plays into the psychosis of an Ebony K. Williams and this chick on The View. It's a woman on Holston, whatever her name is. I saw a clip of her, right? She makes $2 million. I mean, she makes over $1 million a year. And she says, well, I understand Ebony, her point of view, because, if he doesn't make this enough money, how can we send our kid to private school? This woman makes over $1 million a year. So she said she needs a husband so she can still send her kid to private school. So what
you the hell your money?
Yeah, what's your money doing? And it just skipped over her. She said it so effortlessly, like, that kind of bill is something that she shouldn't pay if she has a man. It's just absolutely, freaking ridiculous. So it's a mindset that a lot of women have. And I had a dialogue with a lady on TikTok the other day. And it was just by accident because I don't even use TikTok, but I just saw one of her posts. Same kind of woman, 39 years old. She says she makes over $1 million a year. And she has the same old thing about men. And I said, listen, as your tax bracket went up, so did the pool of suitors go down, right? You're not going to have a whole bunch of men, especially with your hypergamy, that you can choose from. And then she said, don't worry about it. I have plenty of men in my DMs, who want me. I said, well, there's a difference between sexual, intent and marriage. And she deleted my post and stopped talking.
Damn.
Yep. And so, I mean, that's it, man. I landed there. So 50-50 concept is a black thing, man. But some other people might adopt it, but it means something specific to black women and black men.
It does. All right, Dee says, I bet Savannah James ain't doing no 50-50. Savannah James ain't never had no damn job, okay? Let's just be real. Any man, and let's put it this way. It's always going to be, I think, less than 10% of women don't work at all. And then there's a group of women, because that stay-at-home mom thing isn't always what you think. Some of these women work from home, right? There's a group of them that work from home, that do odd jobs here and there or run a home business from home. I do not classify those women stay-at-home moms, even if they have a baby there. They're just finessing the system. All right. I've been a director in higher education for years, and I've literally heard a baby crying like, look, I don't want to, be an ass, but that's not supposed to be going down on company time. You home on the clock. It's crazy. But yeah, that's 1% of women that are ever going to get the ability to be a 100% kept woman like Savannah James. Like, and not just to say he has enough money so she can stay home, focus on the kids, focus on being a good wife. That lady got enough money to buy whatever she wants. That's going to be less than 1%. So yes, the world gets to be envious of her. She is living the life. But here's something I want to put on people's radar. And we're going to get to you, my man, Stanley White, in 1 second. Here's something I want to put on people's radar. These women are not actually women of leisure. They're not. If you are a woman of leisure or you actually want to be, get the hell out of my house, because you're just going to spend money. Even if I'm rich, you are not going to be spending money every single day senselessly like it grows from a damn tree. Most women that stay home save money for their household. They literally do. They are cooking meals. They are their husband's nutritionist. I saw this up close from a few players that play for the Rockets. We went over to Trevor Ariza's house, and then they basically told me, everybody was over there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, my wife, she should get my meal prep done. I take those meals on the road. I was like, whoa, they do real work, charity work, all that stuff. These women work on behalf of their husband. So being a kept woman, that's not necessarily a real thing. I think a man will get tired of his wife sitting her ass down. You at home, but yet I'm paying money for a damn maid, and while you on the couch. That's lazy. That laziness is gonna seep into your children. I don't want that, and I don't think any man should either. Stanley White, how you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. What's going on, Trigger Mike panel?
Hey, I'm chilling, bro. What you got on it? Opening thoughts, and then you can answer the question at the bottom if you want.
All right, opening thoughts on the Gabrielle Union situation. I've been watching that train wreck for a long time. I mean, that's demasculation at its finest. Just like you spoke on it, but I mean, I think that situation is going to end very bad, and it's just going to be something to see. But as far as that 50-50 situation, I just want to say this, because me and my wife had this conversation before too. I never believed in 50-50. I always thought that it was a man's responsibility to take care of the household, and whatever money the wife brings in, it's the money the wife brings in. But there's a caveat to that, and she's the one who actually taught me this. She said, if you spending all your money on the bills and I have money, there's no way in the world I'm gonna let you be broke as my husband. And I started thinking about that, and I was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. So then we grew to what we are now. But if a woman says 50-50, that means that she's trying to be an equal partner. It's like a partnership. So she wants to have equal say. But in relationships, marriages especially, there is no equal say, because it's our responsibility as a men. It falls on us. So that kind of taught me, just that whole situation kind of taught me that it's not so much, it's the woman that you pick. When it comes down to us fellas, it's the woman that we pick. If the woman come in telling you some BS like that, listen to her. She's telling you who she is. That's all I'm gonna say. Listen to her, because she's telling you exactly who she is.
Hey, she's not gonna be willing real to deal. Let me ask you a question though, man. Let me ask you a question. That woman doing that for you in that way, does that give you like an extra sense of energy to go harder in life for your family?
Most definitely. Not only does it do that, but like you said, when you get to that point, you're more willing to sit her down, because you know what sacrifices and stuff that she's made. She don't spend her money just flagrantly. She's like, well, if you spend all your money on the bills, what do you need? Let me take care of you because you took care of us. And that's how the cycle is going in the household. And it works, and it's been working. It's been excellent. Like I said, I'm involved in 2 films during the pandemic, during the worst time ever. And the only reason why I was able to do that, because my wife was working from home, and she seen the vision, and she was like, go ahead, do your thing. I'm gonna hold it down while you do that. So sitting in the theater, with the whole family and looking at what I've done, and she looked over at me and was like, okay, this is what we're doing. And I'm glad I got that. But these women that's going around like the Ebony K, he has to own the bus. What you mean I have to own the bus? Like, where's the grind? Where's the struggle? Where's the hustle? But like I heard a lot on the internet, struggle love is out. All right, well, if you ain't willing to struggle with me, how you gonna be willing to be on vacation with me? That's all I'm saying.
All right, my man.
Okay, this is what it is, okay? Let me put it this way. 50-50 started right after the pandemic. Before the pandemic, none of us were hearing 50-50. I didn't hear that before the pandemic. Maybe I was living in a cave or something. But this is the problem that modern women don't understand. Throughout centuries, throughout civilization, women have always worked at 90%. You see what I'm saying? Women have always worked at 90%. Let me use the primitive days as an example. If you go back to the primitive days, say 150 years ago, 200 years ago, 500 years ago, 2000 years ago, women go to the farms. They always do something in the house. There was no washer and dryer. They were doing things. They were going to the farm. They were picking up the crops. They were bringing the crops. That was actually 100% of employment. All employment was in the field. People working in the field. 200 years ago, that was basically the employment. We didn't have industrial revolution. Industrial revolution didn't come in until about 150 years ago. That was when the industrial revolution happened. Then division of labor took place. Before that, there was no really division of labor. In economics, division of labor was introduced to economics by a French scientist as an economist. That was basically it. That was when we started having accounting and all these things. Yes, science and technology started over 400 years ago. That's beyond what it used to be. Because we do remember Archimedes' principle. That was the development of science. We do remember Newton laws, first, second, and third law. We do remember all those things. As an engineer, I remember a lot of those things, but they were less than 0.1% of the world population that were in that field, that were in the engineering field. The engineering field itself didn't take hold until the industrial boom 150 years ago. So before that, women have always worked. Our mothers, our grandmothers, our great grandmothers, they've always went to the farm and they've always worked. So this I got to stay at home where my husband go and work was among the elites. It was among the rich people with wealth, because the elites, they have that money. They had servants. Then servants were not even paid. The servant eat in the house. They don't even have wages. There was no wages for those people. So those elites could afford it. But today, you have a man that earns $70,000 and his wife want to be a stay at home. That's ridiculous. Then you have a man that earns $100,000 and she want to go to work full time, but don't want to contribute to the bills. No, that is not good. I was telling people not too long ago, I said, this is how women contribute to the bill. If a man is going to pay 100% of the bills, that's fine. That's his choice. That's his decision to pay 100%. That's good. But you cannot save your money at 100% in your account. That is not going to happen. That means you have to take up to 80% of your income and put it into the family funds, or 90% of your income and put it into the family funds, which means it's not money that belongs to you. It belongs to the family. So what happened is this, right? Whenever there is emergency in the family or big bills to pay, the family has to tap into your funds to pay those bills. So you cannot say, oh, my money is my money, his money is our money. No, it doesn't work like that. So your money at 90% has to be in the family corps. And then that 10% is for you to take care of yourself as a woman. If a man denies you that, I don't like it. I am not of the opinion that a woman and a man should have joint account, that he should know everything. But you got to have a family account. And even if you don't have a family account, when you need her to pay bills, she got to be ready to pay without no questions asked.
Hey, not only is that true, let me tell you some of the I think I'm gonna tell my frat brother story. One of the things that women actually do with their extra cash, because like I told you a lot of people, when they have their first children, they're really broke, and not even broken since they don't have money. That is like the most expensive time in a new couple's life. Yo, that child care, like I used to see that money come out, and I would just be like, I knew it was coming out, right? But $2,200 just the mortgage hasn't come out yet either. I'm like, God, right? So you broke like that for years. Money after money. Everybody's taking their stuff first of the month. You got daycare, cars, insurance, all of this stuff coming out. You're really broke. Your kids go to public school. Most people get relief right there. You get a little windfall. And what you start seeing is that through those years, you've been building the entire time. You stayed in the workforce the entire time. You get a few pay raises. What women tend to do is, and what most, I think, financial people say, when you get that first raise or that first windfall of money, your wife gets a raise, do not upgrade your lifestyle right away. Don't upgrade your lifestyle. Don't go buy don't get a new huge car note or nothing. Those women usually spend that money on enriching their children's lives. A lot of children that are extremely talented when it comes to math, sports, gymnastics, their mother actually paid for that on everything. I promise you. The dad been holding the bills down. He's been holding the car down, all the expenses. The mom decided to enrich the children's lives, which I think is 100% A-okay. And that's good on mom when she does that. What do y'all think? Trey, we're going to go to you next, bro.
Yeah, I mean, my definition of 50-50 is maybe a little bit different, but this is how I see it. This is what I do. You know,
hold on real quick. Didi, cam up real quick just so I know it's you. You can cam down. All right. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, what I typically do is there's obviously
you on mute, bro. You went on mute.
You're on mute, Trey. You're on mute.
How about now?
You good now.
So it was showing on my side. It was showing I wasn't muted, but all right. But what I do is there's obviously a gross bill, right? There's a number for how much the bills are for the entire house, right? So say that number's $2,000. We add up the amount of money she makes, the amount of money I make, and then you pay a percentage based on how much money the person makes. So if I make 56% of the gross income, then I pay 56% of the bills, and she pays 44%. That's how I've always done it. That's how I will always continue to do it. That way, to me, that is the most fair way to do it. She goes to work every day. She makes money. Her car note is her car note. Her bills are her bills. My bills are my bills. But anything that's dealing with the house, inside the house, we break it down based on who makes more money and the percentage. That's how I've always done it. I am all for 50-50. That's my version of 50-50, by the way. But I'm all for 50-50. I had no problems with what Gabrielle was saying. I think we need more Gabrielles because at the end of the day, as Ekene said, Black women have always been working. They've always been working. So if they've been working, they've been contributing to the household. So I don't know with this idea of, well, the man's got to pay. No, both people are working. Both people can contribute to the household. Now you can figure it out. You'll figure it out your own way between the two of you, how you're going to do that. That's the way that I decided to do it. But this idea that she's going to go to work, her money is her money, and then I'm going to pay all the bills, that's insanity to me. I've never seen nothing like that.
Yeah. Now I want to amend your previous statement. We need more women with the 50-50 mindset.
Right, that's what I mean.
Not more Gabrielle Union.
Yeah, no.
Oh, he got me confused too.
Let me be specifically clear. Yes, we don't need
we'll take that little tidbit.
We'll take that.
We need more than mentality. And then the other thing is, somebody will always ask, well, why don't you just do one pot? I don't believe in finagling. I don't believe in commingling the money.
Yeah, you know what it is though, especially with your description, Trey. It's not even like, because that 50-50 thing is a trigger word for women. What it is you need to contribute in any way your household needs for as long as they need it, because the name of the game is hustle, right? And what it's really showing is we just got a bunch of lazy ass women in America. We do. Not only have Black women always worked, many of these women, if you can remember, were happy to contribute. because it wasn't necessarily suffering like they're trying to make it out to be. These women would go to work in groups, right? Make parties out of it, do carpools, they would bring their children home together. Their children would go to school. Like they made life happen with this. It was about community. You had one woman in the or a few women actually in the neighborhood that would watch everybody's kids. There was no such thing as childcare in the 60s. There weren't no daycare centers around here for real, right? So it was an entire community effort. And you cannot tell me the ladies in that, what's that movie, The Help? The ladies from that time that were going to be people's maids for 16 hours a day, you can't tell me your life is harder than their life because they went home and still washed clothes with their hands. But after I went off like that, Didi, I'm gonna let you go. You probably gonna firebomb the whole shit now. Humble, come on cam real quick so I know it's you, then I'll let you up. Go ahead, Didi. You got the floor.
Now, I feel like 50-50, the way that y'all envisions the women's part on it is a little bit extreme. Actually, it's quite extreme how you guys feel like, oh, they feel like 100% of their money is theirs. Like, actually, most women would actually like to contribute to the well-being of their children. Like you did elaborate on that earlier when you said that a lot of women do enrich their children when they're afforded that opportunity for the man to actually pay the bills. However, what usually happens is you're not requiring this 50-50 because you want this fairness. A lot of you are requiring this 50-50 because you really do need her money in order for the bills to be paid. If she does not bring in any money, you're not going to have anywhere to live. A lot of times is what I'm noticing, because there are a lot of men who still do not have their own place and live on their own by themselves. A lot of men are renting rooms, living in boarding homes. This is the single man, what I'm traditionally seeing. Even Kevin Samuels was living in a boarding house at a certain point. You know what I'm saying? He in his old age, he was still living in a boarding house, doing YouTube,
I was living
but
in the
didn't
boarding
have
house
his
when I
own
met my
doggone
wife.
crib. A lot of men are not in position to even support their own households.
So
this is
let
like
me
you
add,
need this
yeah, go
50-50
ahead.
because you can't afford it.
Well,
on your own.
let me just say this though. I think it's kind of wrong, not wrong, but I think maybe you'll have a point if they're doing that whole boarding home thing with no job and they're lazy and can't scrape together 2 pennies because they don't want to go to work and they just want to play video games. But why is it all of a sudden looked down upon if that is a strategy to save money?
Because a
Because
lot
one
of
of the
times you
biggest
guys
mistakes
have children while you're doing this. You're in a boarding home and you have a child.
is it
You
your
have no
position
place
that
for your
this is
child to be at.
okay? Is this your position for that most men are like this? Most black men anyway?
From a certain age point, a lot of black men, this is the standpoint.
Nah,
Yes,
this
I
is
have. This is what
That's
I have
BS.
seen a
That's
lot.
BS. Can I speak on it?
Now, this is my observations. I mean, I don't see why anybody would be disagreeing with my observations because they're my observations. It's not like you've seen what I've seen,
Oh yeah,
but
we
at
can't
the
really
end of the
disagree.
day,
Y'all lie about
Trigger
what
Mike, check
y'all
this
see.
out.
you
Hold
guys did
on,
see
hold
Kevin
on,
Samuels.
wait a
You know
minute.
what I'm
hold on,
saying?
y'all. Let
And when
us
Kevin Samuels was afforded the opportunity to go and get a place of his own, he did go get one. So obviously, he wasn't able to afford to live on his own at a certain, until a certain point. And that's the case with a lot of y'all. Y'all aren't able to live on your own, and then you need the woman to do this 50-50. I think it's another way to get free coochie. You know what I'm saying? Anything y'all can say to get free coochie, y'all will.
I mean, okay,
You
before
conflate
we
this.
go off on the free coochie narrative, go ahead, Mr. Rich Stanley, then Ekin. I know y'all got
Well, you know, she said something that's true. I mean, her observation is her observation. But you know what? Just like any scientist, it depends on what pool you're looking in. The brothers I know, right? And I ain't marrying them, but they weren't living in no boarding house, and they didn't have to start courting women for marriage until they had a certain level of advancement in their own personal lives. Now, is that 100%? Absolutely not. That's not how people meet each other. But this whole notion that guys who are living in like single rooms and stuff, are trying to marry women or trying to do, it's ridiculous. I mean, for the most part, before you could even begin to start a family and move forward, you have to have a certain baseline as a man. And whether you have enough money to take care of a whole nother person to have a middle class life, that's what we're talking about. Right? So the woman that you vet for your marriage has to understand, here's my income level. And if you don't work, this is the level we're going to be at. We're going to live in an apartment. But if you want a bigger life and a bigger thing, I'm going to need you to chip in. I don't think any man has an issue doing that with a woman until as they grind through life to build better. Right? So that's how life normally works. You don't start at the top. A black woman can't expect to wait at the finish line for this guy to be 35 years old and have everything in place so she could step in and suck him dry like a straw. You gotta, because he might not even want you by then because you've been, whatever the hell you did with your life. So yeah, do some guys try to take advantage of women for coochie? Well, men been doing that since the beginning of time. But that has nothing to do with this conversation that we're talking about right now.
I mean, you say it and to say this whole sucking people
Thank
dry
you,
thing.
Mr.
But the
Payne.
thing about it is,
Thank
if
you,
you have
Mr.
a
Payne.
great husband, you would enjoy your great husband. Like the woman who has a great husband, who knows that she has a great husband, is likely going to want to enjoy him. So she's not about sucking him dry. And of course, she wants him to have more because if he has more, then that means they have more. Their children will have more. It's not about wanting to suck a man dry because then that means your children are left with nothing.
I think
Yeah,
so.
but you ain't gonna try to have
we still
children.
care
You're not
about a
gonna have
legacy.
children with a man who's in a boarding house. That's what I'm saying. This is the example you put on the table.
Yes,
You know what I mean? You
You
said it's
just
your
talked about,
observation. What
but
kind
you
of men are you
changed it.
looking at?
You moved
Because,
the
I mean, that's
goalpost
what I'm
and said
saying.
you just said you were referring to you just say a man should basically have the
Yeah,
basic
man should have a
necessities
baseline
as a
before he
home
looks
before
for a
he's
wife.
courting. However, and yes, that is who I started referring to, the man who has the basics. Okay, so once this man has the basics,
Listen, I know your observations, like you said, so I can't argue with you there. I'm just saying that there's a different pool of men out there who have a better baseline than that.
All right, Payne, let me
So,
say something real fast. And I'm a youngster, right? And my observation from these women out here is if they didn't have government assistance, they will be the highest on homeless right now. So the only
Okay.
reason why they doing what they doing is because they have government assistance. But I digress what I'm saying.
Well,
That's a
Okay.
I
fact.
also want to say this.
Stanley, hit it. Stanley.
I think that black women probably need the 50-50 more than the men,
They
considering
do.
that they
Let's
lead
talk about it.
they lead
do.
Let's
the
talk
eviction
about
rate.
it.
They lead in the eviction rate. So they probably need the 50-50 more than
Well,
anybody.
not only do they don't like to live with
Look,
each other.
Mike, let me say one
Men
more
live
thing.
with
we have
Let me
men
say
live
one
with
more
each
thing,
other
Trigger.
because we can.
when
And
we
then look,
have
let me say one
children.
more thing, Trigger. And then the only reason why men expand their living conditions is because of one thing: family. If a man don't have family, they don't see no need in having this big old
You've
house
heard me say
Facts.
that
That's
and
the
not
only
no
reason
words
why.
to
Okay,
say.
and
well,
not
Mike
having no
mentioned
I
kids.
agree.
earlier that you guys have a
They
higher
don't see
earning
no
power.
need of that. They just gonna live in their needs. Men are
And I
very
was
Yeah,
happy
simple.
well,
We
with
well,
don't
Mike
men,
need
mentioned
men,
all
that
that
you
men,
guys
luxury
have
stuff for what we
Mike
do.
mentioned that you guys have a higher earning power and
yeah,
that you'll always be able to out earn us.
We will save
yeah.
So
our money
with that being
way
said,
more than
Hold
women
on, go ahead.
we
traditionally
spend our
have the
money right now.
children. With that being said, women traditionally have the children. That decreases her earning power. The more she has children, the less of a support system that she has in order to care for those children.
So by default, wouldn't she need the 50-50 more?
Not if she's in a
Right. What are you
relationship.
saying? Like you making our point even more.
Real talk.
But you want to bring
Like
up
by default,
public assistance, but you're
she
bringing
would
up
need
government
50-50
assistance.
or even
Government
more.
assistance is because there's a lack of a provider male. Government assistance
Well,
is actually helping
so
you because you're not
so
providing for your
No, that's
children, so the
not.
well,
government is providing for your children.
Didi. So
I'm still
Government
waiting on
helps
this
the
Rob.
whole
men
this
actually.
whole
Government
public
is providing
assistance.
for the lack that the men do not provide for their
Well,
children.
No,
So the
well,
Trigger
government
Mike,
has to
not
take care of
not
children.
we're not even gonna
wrong.
let her
that's
go
a
down
lie.
That's
this
what the
rabbit hole.
government assistance is
That is a
about.
So
lie.
And
we can
people
look at
and
this a
government
few
and
Oh
different
only
no,
ways.
no.
people
Okay,
who
I
are in
got something
Trigger
poverty.
to
Mike.
say.
I'm
I
not
got
Trigger
gonna
Mike.
say
something
Can
to
only
I
say.
say
people who
She,
are
something?
in
she,
poverty
hey,
are
hey, D,
I'm
only
D,
still
D,
people
waiting on
who
D.
my
are in
turn.
poverty are
All right,
eligible
one
Lauren,
mic,
to
one
Lauren,
mic,
Lauren,
receive
y'all.
government
let me,
assistance.
let me
Look,
grab
she
this.
So
know
that
it's
is
true,
Let me
not
grab
y'all.
this.
One
She
mic.
neglect to
knows
sit
it's
up
true.
here and kick at women who are
They can't
receiving
survive without
government
government
assistance.
assistance.
Ah,
She know
D,
it's
That
D
is
true.
Trigger
not
down.
Mike.
that is a
Hold
Stanley,
on,
higher
Big
Lauren,
earning
Town.
power.
please. Stanley, Stanley
Yeah.
got
So
to
now
speak.
I'm
you
sorry. Yes, sir.
training
Hold on,
poverty
DD.
people,
Hold on,
people
DD.
in poverty.
All right, we're gonna go to Ekene next. Go ahead, Ekene.
I think Stanley. I think you said that Stanley is going to speak before me. I think that's
Oh,
what you
sorry.
said.
Dang, go ahead.
No.
I've
It's
not said
Econet.
anything, Trigger Mike.
Okay. Let me go ahead. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll throw it to you.
Let me put it this way, right? I don't see. I'm trying to put her statements together because what she said is a little confusing. Because number one, men, yes, do out earn women in huge number. Women don't out earn men. I give you that. But this at the same time, when you buy a house in America, you don't own the house, you're in debt. So men have mastered and are smart women that men usually will live in a lower renting house or a lower house or live in a condo, pay half the mortgage or half the rent compared to a woman's mortgage, and be able to save far more money for retirement or for whatever disposable income he needs in the future. Women tend to take up higher bills than men, buy brand new cars than men, go into debt and face foreclosure and repossession. So you cannot say that men don't want to live in a house. Yes, most of the men don't want to live in a house because they don't have a need to. Even when they have kids, one or two child living with them, it's still not a need for men. Usually, the reason why we end up buying a house as men is because our wife want to live in a house.
I didn't say
If
a
you take
house.
it,
I said having your own place. I did not say a house because a lot
all
of
of
them
us,
don't even have the credit enough to
But
get a
if a
house or
guy
even the
have a
down
border
payment
home,
guys,
for
that's
a
a
his
house.
guy
own
has.
place.
That
If
is
Let,
a
his
let,
guy
own
have
place.
his
let me
border
let
He
me
home,
have a
that's
let
his
me
roof.
let
own
me let
place.
me
If a guy
let me
have a
finish talking,
two-bedroom
guys.
apartment, two-bathroom, and they're splitting
As long
rent,
as you
and
have
you
a
have your
roof
Right.
side of
over
the head,
your
that's his
head,
own place.
as
You
long
just
as I don't,
trying to conflate things that
I
don't
don't,
even
If
I
you're
don't,
matter.
living
I,
with
don't-
your
I,
homeboy and you're renting a room from your
Right.
homeboy
what
or
kind
you're
of
in a
men are you
boarding house, because
talking
a lot
to?
of y'all own
Because
homes
this
with
is
y'all
Still
this
paying
homeboys.
is
for it
He's
though.
simple.
paying
Because
his
you're
way.
talking to
Yeah,
men.
what are
How
you
many of
saying?
you have
Y'all
your
are
own
on
apartment?
government assistance.
How many of
None
y'all
of
have
these
your own
guys
apartment?
that you're talking about
Hey,
is on
Dita,
government
Dita,
Hang on,
Dita,
hang
assistance.
on, hang,
Dita,
hang
You're
A
on,
on
lot
Dita,
of
hang
us
on,
government
hang
live
on.
in a
hang
Dita,
board.
assistance.
A
hang
lot
on.
of us
hang on,
make
13
too
Dita,
much
hang
to
already.
be
on.
on
oh
Please,
yeah,
government
Mike to
assistance.
one
Mike,
mic,
Mike to
one
Mike.
mic.
Mike at the
A
top.
lot
One
of
mic,
us
please.
make too much to be on government assistance, and if you actually check the
Lauren,
statistics, Black women are not the
That's a
bulk of the
lie. Why is
recipients
you
of
Dita,
lying
government
Lauren,
on here?
assistance.
You
come on.
cannot
Black
lie
women
to
are
us.
not
Dita,
the bulk
can
of
you
We're
the
just
recipients
chill?
of
Is
Hey,
government
somebody's
hey, hey,
assistance.
turn?
hey, hey,
We're
hey,
not
hey,
even
cannot.
hey,
for the
hey, hey,
majority of the
hold
country.
Dita,
on.
We're not
just
till we
chill,
get the
man.
bulk
D.
of the
Hold
Lauren,
recipients.
chill.
on,
It's
hold
somebody's
on.
One
turn.
mic.
Come
Y'all,
on, you
somebody,
guys
One
chill.
mic.
one
One
mic,
mic.
please. One mic,
Come
please.
on,
Come on
man.
now.
So, men always find a need for something. Men will not do anything if there is no need for it. We don't make decisions based on wants. That
You
is
will have
why.
a child and will not have
Let
a
me
room for
finish.
your
Let me
child.
finish. Let
Stop
me finish. You're
interrupting,
gonna get
please.
your turn. Men don't make decisions based on want. That is why the economics. If men were the purchasers, guess what? The economy would have ruined by now. U.S. economy would have been like maybe $5 trillion or lower than that. But the reason why it's a $21 trillion economy is because women spend too much money. Men build big houses because their wife want it. We buy beautiful cars. We buy McLaren because we want to chase a woman. Without that, we're not going to do that.
You Black men
Well,
are not buying McLarens. You're not buying houses at this moment.
You don't know all black men.
You're not.
You
You're
No,
don't know
not.
all
look,
And
look,
black
that
men.
Lauren,
respect,
No, hang on, Lauren.
their
You're
So
section is
right.
not
wait,
made
hold on,
equal.
hold
Lauren, you're
on, hold
right.
on.
No, hang
The
on. She's
So
majority
right.
wait,
still
no,
not
no,
buying
Trey,
McLarens.
Trey,
Let's
Right.
be
Trey.
real.
But
We
she's so
live.
bitter. She's so hurt. Who
No,
She's
no,
hurt
she's
you,
no.
right
young
Hold
she's
on, y'all.
lady?
right
Hold on,
to
y'all.
she's right to an extent. She's
Remember,
right to an
this is
extent.
a no. This is a factual show. Actually, Trey. The weird part is that, DD, as the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. There are more black millionaires being made every single year, and the most black millionaires being made every single year because of Bitcoin, because of investments, trades, all that type of stuff. But yet the ones that we know of, they're personally ones that we see every day on the street, the ones getting evicted, the ones homeless, that also gets greater. So yes, as that gets worse in front of our eyes, there are actually more male black millionaires getting made than ever, every single year. So it's a weird dynamic, but it's true. Go ahead, Trey.
Well, I'm just saying it's to a degree. She's not wrong. When I worked on the street, I went to a lot of boarding
Bro,
houses,
she is wrong.
and a lot of men lived in those houses. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with her, but I'm also making the point she's talking about the exception, a very small number of our community. I'm not talking about a very, very small number. Most men who have decent jobs live in one-bedroom apartments, and they'll stay in those one-bedroom apartments until they have a child.
Until they have a
For
family.
me, yeah, until they have a family. I am a prime example of that. I was more than happy in my one-bedroom apartment until I had a son, and then I went and bought a house because I had to. I didn't really have a choice. But I think she's right. But she's just she's talking. I mean a minute amount of women.
But check this out, Trey. Even though you was in that one bedroom, you was able to have a child. So whatever she's talking about, even these guys that
Come
be in
on.
boarding rooms and stuff, they still having babies by women like her. She's still taking herself to the boarding room to get knocked down. So I don't understand what she's talking about.
I can tell you one thing. I was
And I
happy as
did.
hell in that one bedroom.
And I know you was, Trey. I know you was. I was happy too. I was paying my own rent too till I had me a young lady. Then I got a baby. Then I got
Didi,
married.
what
Then
did you
I
say?
got my
I know
own
you
little
didn't say
house.
you was doing
Right.
that. You weren't doing that.
I said, and I did it because that's not
What?
me at all.
Oh no, you didn't.
Yeah, because that's the kind of man she was chasing after. That's
Oh,
why she was
this is
looking for the broke ass man.
No,
Trigger, I can
no.
smell
This
it
is
when
my
they get on the
observation
panel. I
of
can smell
men.
them.
This is my
Wow.
observations. This is
Then
men in my
Why was
family,
your
men in my
she's
community.
equating men that are broke to men that have jobs. That's the worst thing that
I
every
could.
black man,
I didn't
every
say these
black
men were
woman does.
unemployed.
I'm sorry. This is what the worst thing that black women do to us black men. They always take. In fact, I have never seen any community that does that except black community in America. A man that earns $1 million a year and a man that earns $6,000 a year is the same in the eyes of a black woman.
Yep.
To her,
Ekinet, why do you always make these wild generalizations
because
that are
that's what
so
you guys
extreme?
do. To them,
This is so
every
extreme.
black man
That's not
earns
what I
That's his.
shit.
said at all.
You see,
You
every
His
black
totally
man
take
earns
things out of
shit.
That's
As
his
long
context.
as she's
observation.
concerned,
That's why.
every black man earns shit.
Right.
It doesn't matter if he makes $1 million.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it's Dwayne Wade or Russell Wilson
Mm.
or Deshaun on the streets by the corner selling drugs
not
or
Deshaun. Oh shit.
or whoever it is that
I
doesn't
think
have a
Mike's a
job but
pretty
has
decent
6 baby
guy.
mamas, or that
Oh, you
doesn't
better
have
know
a
it.
job but he got 6 baby mamas, right? She thinks that
Mm.
all these men ain't shit. That's the way she sees
I think
us.
Mike's a pretty good guy. I
Because when
think
you look at
Russell
somebody like
Wilson's a
me
pretty good
and
guy. I
you
don't know him
think,
personally.
but you, because I just called Russell Wilson, that's why now you're separating him. But a few
I
minutes
know a
ago,
lot of great guys.
you took all the black men and put them under one
There's a
job.
simp
I
joke that
did.
writes
Let me
itself, and I'm gonna leave
I'm
that.
talking about men that are in the dating
Then be
age,
specific.
All right, let me say
single
this, Didi.
men.
Let me say
That
this. Let me
I
ask
was
you
being
this.
specific, and then you went into talking about
Let
men
me
who had
ask you this.
houses when I was simply talking about men who didn't even have apartments.
Hey, this is a good question though, Didi. This is a good question. Do
Hey,
you
Yes.
think that do you think that black men in general, when it comes to black men in general pay for the mistakes one man made against a black woman? That's why we get this narrative.
Yes.
I ain't gonna say it was just one. I think it would be a collective of a lot of experiences that we all have, and I think that
your choice
we all would pay for
are
it
horrible.
in some type of way
Right.
with each other. And healing is important. It's important to try to
Because what I
learn from your
noticed,
past relationships, but not try to
yeah,
let that ruin how you conduct yourself in your future relationships.
I
But
feel you.
unfortunately, it does happen.
Because I noticed one thing, this is
You
my
end up
experience.
choosing the same guy.
This is my experience because when it comes to like black women in general, I noticed that like when I look out my front door or my circle, I don't seem to know any man that doesn't take care of his kids. But when it comes to black women, y'all sure do know where to find all the worst niggas on earth. I don't know
Tell me about it,
why.
Trick.
I
Tell
don't
me
know
I
about
why
it,
mean,
y'all
they
Trigger.
be
do
That's
on
that.
all
Facebook.
I'm saying
Y'all
right
know
there.
where them niggas at, boy. I'll tell you
Yeah, they
that.
be
They
on
be on
Facebook.
Facebook.
They know where the corner store they at.
Yeah,
They know where the
man.
gas
They know
station.
where y'all know where these niggas
Yeah,
at, boy.
they
I
know
tell
where the
you.
They're
club
in
they
our
He
be
said
at.
they be
community.
on Facebook.
They be
They be
on
on
Facebook.
Facebook. They be on they be in our community. They be on
They
Facebook
observe them a
every
lot,
day.
don't they?
I be seeing them, and then I be seeing how you ain't see
That's
all the posts
all they
on Mother's
observe.
Day of the mamas that was complaining about how The daddies ain't even do nothing or say Happy Mother's Day or nothing. It was a lot of women complaining about how these men want shit.
And they shouldn't have. It's a terrible holiday. But anyway.
Yes,
Right.
Well,
yes.
Mother's Day was
It's
actually for
one
people who
day.
lost their mother. It's not even supposed to be for people who got living mothers. The
Well,
Can we
Mother's Day
go
was
back?
actually
Can we
that's
for
not how
start
people
they
National
who
celebrate
got
it.
Women's
dead
Day?
D.
mamas.
Lauren, that is not how they celebrate it.
Man, look.
But when you look it up historically, it
Hey,
was
hey,
about people
Trey,
who had dead mamas.
you trying to put U.S. business out of business, right? All these retail stores, you're trying to pull
Yes,
them out of
I
business.
hate all of these commercial holidays. Valentine's
I hate
Day,
all of
Man,
it.
Mother's Day,
Me
Yeah, me
too.
Father's
too.
Day,
Me
Halloween. I hate
too.
them all.
I hate
American
buying the
corporation
bouquet.
don't
I
give
hate
a
buying the
Christmas.
rose.
American corporation don't give a damn. In fact, they will even make Children's Day if they want, if they can.
Exactly.
They
Hey,
don't
don't
care.
put any ideas out there, bro.
Oh, bro,
My
thank you for
children gonna
telling
be
me.
upset. I'm not buying no more shit. All right, y'all. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. We got one super chat. My man Ikene, $5 just contributing. Appreciate the contribution, my brother. All right, we're gonna start with Stanley on the next question. We're gonna get back on topic with the Gabrielle Union. Didi came up here just to get our blood boiling real quick. So any other women want to come up the panel, you're welcome. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat in 1 second. Thank y'all for coming through. Hit that like button right now. Make sure you hit that like. It is free, so you can support the show. Where are my damn banners? All right, there we go. Is Gabrielle Union emasculating Dwayne Wade by publicly talking about their financial arrangements? Stanley White, let's talk. We'll go to you
Yes.
first.
Yes,
All right,
she
go ahead.
is.
Elaborate.
Because that ain't none of her. That ain't nobody else's business. I feel like just like every man on this panel, however you run your household is how you run your household. Would any man up here like for their woman to be telling about their financial business on the internet? That
No,
that's just a question.
no,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
because
Not at all.
your right, because your woman is a representation of you, and the way Gabrielle Union has been representing herself lets me know that Dwayne Wade is not the man of the house. Period. He is not the man of that household.
He's the woman of the house, actually.
Right. His son is more the man of the household than he is, and he ain't even no man no more. But I'm gonna let that be right there.
All right,
But
Trey.
but hold on, let me speak real quick because I didn't get the chance to speak real quick and give this lady some pushback on what she was saying because like I said, maybe it got mixed up in all the conversation. But I met the wife that I'm with now for 14 years in a rooming house because
Mm.
when you stand in the house, you got 30 days to pay your rent. When you stand in a rooming house, that rent got to be paid every week. Every week. So just like the young man was saying, y'all be trying to look down on folks because of their living situation. Men don't have shelters and things like that to go to like women have when they get into certain binds and situations, just like Kevin Samuel said. Reality
Government
has a
assistance.
way, exactly. Reality has a way of showing men that if you make the wrong decisions, you will be on the street. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes about it. But then, females can get bailed out. So, you can talk all that. On the other side, why in the hell should I just give away something to a woman just because I'm at this particular standard? And you think you're just supposed to come along because you got, a nice smile and you cute and sexy and curvy. I was just supposed to say, oh, you can share into everything that I've already built. That waiting for men at the finish line, that's dead. That's dead. And that's why these marriages that's why men not thinking about getting married because they see that women aren't willing to build with them. Because if you ain't willing to build with me, then how the hell you think you're gonna sit at the table once the meal is done? That's no, you can't do that.
Boy, that was about 5 bars. That dude dropped all
Why
these
is there
metaphors.
still no food on the table at your big grown age, though? You know what I'm
What the
saying?
hell
Like,
you talking about?
There,
this
there
is
is
Who
food
ain't
on.
eating? What you
hold on,
talking
hold on. This
about?
is the thing, but let me start with the thing though.
Uh-huh.
If you are in your 20s, I expect a woman in her 20s
Hold
to
on.
be able
First
to
of
build with a man. But for a woman in
mm-hmm.
her mid 30s and up, that whole thing about, oh, this man is just getting his feet wet on things, that's not really feasible when you already got He already has
Why?
children. You already have
Okay,
children. 'Cause
Babe,
the
but
why?
baby
family.
Hold
girl,
on.
It's,
he
Why?
it's
don't
Why?
not
want.
really
Hold on.
feasible. You know
Hold
what
on.
I'm
Hold on,
Real
y'all.
saying?
quick.
Like,
36.
But this is a
We
good
you
don't
point.
would
This
want
is a
much
good
you.
point to
rather,
make.
He
like, well,
36.
wait a minute, but this the thing. As from a woman's perspective, it for me, it is more appealing because I'm already established in my career and whatnot. It's more appealing for me to get with a man who's already established in his career, and then from there, I can help you franchise whatever
First of
you
But
all,
got
we
hold on,
don't
hold
going
on,
give a
on.
y'all.
damn. We
But
Starting
don't
up
he
give a
from
Go
don't
ahead,
ground
want
up.
Stan,
you.
No,
Stan.
but
One,
stop telling
He
my
don't
point
one,
because I
want
one
you.
haven't
mic.
got my point out.
All right.
Starting up from ground out, starting up from ground up with a
Men
man
choose
at this age
relationships.
is
Y'all just
not as
choose who to have
appealing.
sex with.
To
We don't care
franchise,
what's appealing to you.
helping you build is on two different levels. Helping you start your business is not a level that a grown woman wants to do. A grown woman wants to help you franchise your business because you've already came into this, so now she can grow your shit. But to
No.
build you up from nothing, this is the problem. And then y'all tell us to
Why are you
choose
dealing?
better.
Why are you dealing with
You
somebody
tell us
whose
to
value
choose
is
All
better.
right.
nothing?
So
One
that
mic.
is actually. Let me get this out, Stanley. That is my next point. So, Didi, what I think is that women like trash. And I think black women like trash. The
I think we
reality
do
is,
too. A lot of
yeah,
us do.
no, y'all. I think
Unfortunately.
y'all like trash because the reality of the situation is, I agree with you. There, throughout history, there's only been a certain amount of eligible men that are qualified for marriage and to have their bloodline continued. There's only ever been a group of men, and that group changes or men advance as they get older and start to reach their financial peak. They start to acquire things for themselves, and they become more attractive to women because their ability to acquire resources. These are the only men that are supposed to be attractive to women in terms of the men that are supposed to a women supposed to birth children for and all of that. But I'm beginning to think if a woman is even willing or looking in the direction of a man at 35 who does not have basic things figured out, that starts to become her fault. Because why are you
Thank you.
looking at men like that? That starts to become her fault, right?
Thank
Because
you. Thank you.
you said that in your 30s you're not willing to build with a man or you're looking for somebody more defined. Absolutely, I agree. But the issue is that some of these women passed up their opportunity to marry a man like that in his 20s. That's the first thing that happened. And the second part is that they want a man brand new at that point that no other woman has had. That's not going to happen. The way you
Okay,
can
well,
get a
Mike, but
man.
even like you said, we met in our 20s. You weren't thinking about marriage during that time. You know what I'm saying? You was out here sowing your royal oats. And so were all the rest of these guys.
Whoa, Didi.
Now,
You weren't
hey,
marriage
Figure
minded
Mike,
in your 20s.
Figure
I
Mike,
don't
what
know.
just happened?
I don't know this
Oh,
woman.
hey,
So
bust
yeah,
that
we
left.
met
Okay,
these
Bust that
wonderful
next
left,
men.
Trigger Mike.
So
Bust
like
that
you,
I
left.
don't
I
know
met
this
this
woman.
wonderful man.
Just
But
turn
that
your
Bust
wasn't
that
camera
at a
off,
left.
point
Trigger.
where
Just
you
turn
were
your camera
marriage
off.
minded.
Bust that left,
I'm
Trigger Mike.
I don't know this woman.
I
I don't
met
know what she's
wonderful
talking about.
men like you,
Bust
Is
that
she
and
left
you
and
is
go
she
weren't
talking about
marriage
straight.
minded
secret
at
or
that
something?
time.
What is
And
she
so
talking
were a
about,
lot of
Figure
young
Mike?
20-year-olds.
Hey,
And
Trigger,
that's okay.
Trigger,
It's
Trigger, can I
true.
say this? I think this is another one of these black only things.
yes.
Because
Yeah.
I have seen some other communities that don't have a problem with helping, their spouse, their
Helping
partner,
each
or their
other. Right.
whomever start to
Mhm.
build their business in their late 30s, early 40s. I mean, I think of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean, that man he was in his 60s when he started that.
Damn.
So you know what I mean? Like I think that's a black community thing where it's like you need to be this and you need to be that by a certain age. I
It
just feel
is.
like other
It is.
communities don't think like that.
Yeah. Yeah. They
And
don't
and
think
and
about.
this.
They don't think. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Stanley.
No, they don't. Like he just said, just like the Kathy Truitt. I mean, not like the Truitt situation with Chick-fil-A. They built that from when they was little, when they was teenagers. But ain't nobody willing to build. Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
No, I was just saying that that's absolutely what it is, and this goes back to the whole Ebony K. Williams bus driver situation.
Mm-hmm.
Women, I think our women in particular, have forgotten that the character of a man is so important, and then at the end, like we say, the finish line, they understand that because listen, first off, let me just put this out there: black women aren't stupid. Black women aren't stupid.
It's
Right.
debatable.
I think they're not going with their nature; they're fighting their nature with all of their will. And then nature always
I think
wins.
that's
It
pretty.
always wins. So by the time you've done all the dirt you can do, by the time you rode all the dick you could ride, and
Mm-hmm.
you realize that got you nowhere, none of those men were serious, none of them men wanted to marry you, you start to
Mhm.
become more sensible, You start to become more logical and say the character of a man is extremely important. And the worst part about it is that somebody pissed in the dating pool after 30.
Right. It's too
Somebody
Yeah, and
pissed.
then you meet men like me who are
And then
38.
you
It's
meet
like I'm not dating you. I'm not dating you. Too old.
exactly. So it's like they want a fresh man or never married and none of this shit to be all these things at 35, 36. No, those men are maladjusted. You know, they grew up wrong. You could get a man on a second, you know, you could be a second wife, his third wife, but
yeah, I'm definitely expecting that, and I'm probably expecting that some of his kids might even be graduating very soon at that point. You know,
all right, so you're realistic about this. You got you.
yeah. At the end of the day,
But
like at my age, I'm 35. I'm dating men that's 50. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to date a lot of men my age. I'm not interested in that because they're not where they not haven't hit their
still building. We
yet
got it.
that's not
financially.
correct. That's not correct. That's not
Yeah,
correct.
they
Let
do.
me,
No,
because
actually, D. Lauren, that's actually perfect. That's exactly what you should be.
I think I've said this before. Let me say it again. I've said this before. Men your age at 35 shouldn't even date women your age at all. Not just you not dating men your age, because you disqualify from those men. Men your age should be dating girls that are between the age of 22 and 27.
26.
That
Yep.
Their
yes,
brains aren't
that's
even
nature.
developed until 25.
No. Their
that's
brain are
cool.
far developed.
And
Their
then you
body
be
brain are
mad
far.
when they can't cook and
Okay,
they
let me
can't clean
Hey,
and all
listen.
they
No,
know
but
is
we
to
just,
pop
Hey,
pills
Mike,
and
D.
twerk.
Lauren.
let me
And
talk. Let me talk.
Get back on
Let
topic.
me say this.
All right, hold on. Let
With all
Ikene
due
finish.
respect,
One mic.
with all
Let
due
Ikene
respect,
finish. Go ahead, Mr. Ikene.
So this is how nature makes it. Men advance quicker than women. All these things that they tell you that men don't advance quicker than women, that's a pure lie. Men advance quicker than women. Women, when they hit 22 or 24, their brains stop developing. They remain 24 for the rest of their lives. But men usually will develop faster than women. By the time a man hits the age of 16, he's already told that you're now a man. And he becomes that moment becoming a man. But what happens is that women age faster. It's because of the aging rate of women. That's why they say that women mature faster. The maturity is not of the brain, wisdom, or knowledge, it's of the outward. Then again, the reason why men 35 should marry women 20, 24, 27 is because a man has to, at the age of 35, imprint a woman at the age of 20 or 22. He has to imprint her. A woman that is 35 should have gone through first or second marriage. That's by nature. So she is now disqualified from ever being married at all.
right.
So if she's going to be qualified to ever get married, now she's going to be qualified. That's nature, not me.
What are you
So
talking about? Yo,
let
like,
me
you don't
finish. Let me
understand how
finish.
many
Just let
dudes
me
is at
just
my
let me
neck from
finish.
all ages.
You're gonna rebut.
You
You're
hurting
gonna
her
rebut,
feelings.
okay?
Hold
Just
on.
let me
Hey,
finish.
You
You're
hurting
gonna
her
hey,
rebut.
feelings.
hey, D.
Let
Lauren,
me
I
finish.
think
You're gonna
you right
rebut.
where you're supposed to be. I think
Finish
you
up,
should be
Mr.
dating
Ikene,
guys in their 50s.
and then Didi, you
So
can rebut
so
after.
what a woman that is 35 is qualified to is to be second wife or third wife, just like Trigger Mike said. That's what she's qualified for. Then if she's going to date somebody, if she's going to date by age, that is going to be a man between the age of 50 and 65. Because she is now totally out of the market. She is gone from the market, gone, retired.
What are
She's
you, yo?
retired from the
Like, this
market.
You
is
took
like,
us
She's
all the way
washed.
around
Akane,
there to
I
say what
must cut
she
you off on
already
this,
said,
Akane.
bro. You said all that to
Akane,
say what she
She's
just
Akane,
said.
washed.
respectfully, I must cut you off on this one, bro. This is the thing.
You can cut me off
I
as you
am at
want,
an
Done.
as long
age,
as you want.
honey, where I
No,
can have
no.
the daddy or the son. They are both
Oh
at my
my
neck at this
God.
point.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
sorry.
at that age.
That's
So don't
cap.
Like,
nobody want
this
that.
is the thing.
That's
Of
cap,
course,
D. Lauren.
There
bro,
are
bro.
not a
You
lot
can
of
Of
smash
men
his son,
that
course,
but you
are
of
can't have his
interested.
course.
son.
If you
You
are a
have a
woman who
vagina,
keeps yourself up, if you
right?
are a woman who keeps yourself up
Bro,
Got
you
and
nothing to
have a
do
you
with it.
vagina.
are, and you got some sense and you keep yourself up, a
You,
lot of men appreciate a more refined
It's
woman.
sexual,
I have
no, you got
sexual
a
35
lot
intimacy.
of
years of
Not
men
the
baggage.
same
that
thing.
appreciate that are at my
Sexual
35 years of
neck
intimacy.
unhealed
of
BS.
all
Hey,
ages.
Mike, can we
Like,
get
that's
back
the
on the
thing.
question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
D. Lauren, can I
Please.
tell you something? When I was 24, I enjoyed
Yeah,
smashing
she
40-year-old
got
women
that
too.
Shalongi.
It was
She
really
got
Oh
that.
fun.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
Indeed.
me
was
too.
really fun.
Yeah, me too,
Indeed.
Dre. I feel you.
But
still
Me
got to
however,
too.
I
drop
would
out
Yeah,
there.
not take
me too.
seriously
Yeah,
at this point in
I
day and
enjoy it.
age. I'm not taking seriously a
I enjoy
man who
busting on her.
is not at a certain level. I understand that yes, a lot of men will
But he's not
smash. Men
taking
will
you
smash
serious
anything.
though.
He's
However,
not. Right.
however, 30 and up,
He's not gonna take you
men
serious.
take me serious.
A
Like
36
it's
year old
not
dude is
hard
not
to
gonna take you
that's
serious. That's why you're going for 55. Because just like
I ain't
Exactly.
Ikane
going for
said, that
55.
36-year-old men
I didn't
that
say
got
55.
that
The
got
guy
what he
actually one of
want.
the guys
You
who
said
dated
he'll.
was
You said he'll
You
50.
stick with
just
him.
said
Pull
55.
you
He's
back
You
on
50.
said he
point,
was 50.
I
You
right?
said
said
the
he was
guy
50
I
something.
said the guy was 50.
Right.
He's not 55, he's 50. However,
Okay.
we're just dating.
50. But just like I was saying,
And
the 36 year
he's
old guy
at
that's
the
the same
level that
age
I need him
that
to be
graduated
at.
the high school with you, the
He's
36
not
year
in a
old guy
boarding home.
that graduated with you, high school with you, he don't want you. He want the younger guy because he want the younger
Yes,
girl.
he do.
And you gotta just
Who
face that.
don't want me for
That's why
Pastor
you gotta go
Baby?
up.
Baby, I need you
Baby,
to
you
understand.
got a
I
They
don't
vagina.
are
argue.
Who's
definitely
want a
they
vagina?
definitely
You
still
don't
want me
we
from
talking
high
about
But
school.
marriage.
They
but
definitely
We
is
still
talking
want me
about
from
anybody taking
college.
you seriously?
but
Is
you just
anybody
got a
taking you seriously
vagina. Yeah, that's you like ain't
Absolutely.
nobody taking you
to
seriously, no.
marry?
No,
To marry?
you
Absolutely.
can't real. You
I've
can't
been
be
married
real.
before.
She's lying.
No, we ain't talking about
Yeah, yeah,
before.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's
she's
done. We
not
talking
lying.
about
She's been married.
now. Yeah,
No,
she's probably
no,
been
no.
married
Okay.
before, but we talking about
That's
now.
guess what, guys? Yes, if
You
she's
know what,
married,
Trigger? I know
remember
My
this your
this.
my
girl, so I'm just
ex-wife,
gonna
There are
leave it
three
alone.
things. There are
my
three things that
ex-wife was married
disqualify a
before.
woman. There are three things that disqualify a woman. Number one is age.
Hmm.
Number two is kids.
Use.
A kid or a kids. Then number
What makes
three,
you think that you're so qualified all of your life?
See,
You
look, she
guys,
got
the
all
older
those.
you get, the
She got
more
all those.
chances you
She
have for
disqualified.
producing
You know
retarded
how you
children. At the
you
end
know
of the
how
day,
you
the old
that
sperm
but
no
gives
but
you
but
retarded
no
children,
you
and
put
can't
that's
it for
what
tell
y'all
me,
don't
put
men
it
want
you
for
to
me.
can't
admit.
tell you can't
But
tell
let's be
men what they
real. That
want.
old
Men can
Mike,
sperm,
only
you
tell
Mike,
you
guys are
what they
not
man,
want.
that
please,
good
Mike,
at old age. You guys
please,
have
I'm
health
begging you,
problems. You
man.
need
Let's move
caregivers.
on, man.
Nobody wants to be
Richie,
changing your
you
All
life,
right,
but
you
you
know.
better have money at that age
all right. Let's
Please.
What
get
are you talking about?
who
because
was
you need a
next on the
care.
question? Ikane, Mr.
No.
Ikane, is Gabrielle Union emasculating Dwayne Wade by publicly talking about their financial arrangements?
I disagree that he's emasculating him. You know why? Because a woman can only do what a man allows. You see what I'm saying? So he's not emasculating Dwayne Wade because if he's doing it, he would. If she's doing it, he would have put her in her place. But the fact that he didn't put her in her place, that means he allowed it.
Hmm.
You see
Which is
what?
worse.
So, which
Which
is
is worse.
worse because a man gets emasculated or emasculated when a woman does something he doesn't support, but then he failed to put her in her place. Yes, because if you emasculate me, you gotta be not. You can't live in my house anymore. That's just what it is. We can't live together. If I can straighten you up, we're gone. You got to go because I'm a full-fledged Nigerian Igbo man from Anambra State. I don't take that. It's not going to happen in my house, you know? I'm a full-blown man. My testosterone is always on fire, and I don't apologize for that. And another thing
So you're
again,
emotional.
and another thing again is this: a
You're
man that
single.
is sexually active should not even apologize for being sexually active. You see, because it's your
Mhm.
God-given right. So it's not emasculation. He did not do that. He allowed her to do that.
You've made up about 5 words since you started talking.
Definitely.
That man said emasculation. All right. No, I do agree with that part because she can only do what you allow.
That's right.
But their house is weird. I don't even want to speculate at this point.
Oh,
Mr. Rich.
Yeah, so yeah, let me just go ahead. So in the backdrop of what Ekene said is that I agree that he allows this. This is what she didn't make him put on those bathrobe, effeminate uniforms that he wears and shit. He likes that. Whereas Sierra's emasculating Russell Wilson. He's powerless to do anything about what she does. I think that's the difference. Because I think if he had his druthers, he wouldn't want her to come out butt naked and walk around, tits out and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's the difference between them. I mean, Dwayne Wade, he somehow wants this. He wants this to live under this umbrella from this chick, man. And that's his prerogative. You know, that's what I say. So I try to keep my emotions out of their business, because there's a lot of men that I do know. Well, first of all, let me put it this way: every man has a fee they pay, figuratively, with the woman they so-called love. And my fee with my woman, or my way I deal with my lady, is not going to be the way another man deals with his, because there's some men who deal with their women. I could never live that like that. You know what I'm saying? And so I take, I just take that into account when I look at people, because if I keep judging everybody, that takes energy to keep judging people. I just say, thank God my life ain't like that, and my wife ain't like that, right?
Right.
So that's how it is. And I want to say something to D so bad, but I'm not going to get back into that little whatchamacallit. But let's just go around the horn. So yeah, he's not being emasculated. I think he likes living that way. And that's a shame. I think that's almost worse. I don't understand his psychology. If I had that kind of money, but nah, forget the money. Because I don't have that kind of money, and I don't want to live like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Forget the money.
Yeah.
No
Real
way.
talk.
No
Come
way.
on, man. Yeah.
Anyway, so that's it for me.
All right, Didi, answer the question: is Gabrielle Union emasculating Dwayne Wade by talking about their financial arrangements?
In the way that she is doing so, yes. However, she is allowing it. I mean, he is allowing it. Well, I guess I was right when I said she, because Dwayne Wade is definitely she here. However, he is allowing this, but sis shouldn't have spoke. I personally wouldn't have spoke on it like that. If you are going to speak on finances in your marriage, it should be in the terms of you're advising people how to, hey, you guys should invest in life insurance. You should, make sure that you put your houses in trust and stuff like that. That is the way that, if you're going to speak on finances and stuff like that, give people financial tips like that of feasibility in regards to what you implement in your marriage. But those little details like that wasn't a good look.
All right, Humble.
I've been quiet all night.
Yeah, I was like, damn, I don't think I heard you say anything.
I've been quiet all night. You see, for me, I support what Ikene said. He allows it and she rolls with it. But one thing I want to say about, there are so you guys said so many things about, men not doing this, men not. For me, 50-50 is a fraud. For me, I see that as a fraud. If you're in a marriage, 50-50 is a fraud. Sometimes the man might be on 0 and the woman might be on 100. Take care of me while I recharge. Sometimes the man might be on 100. You tell the woman to take the back seat. So I don't see all this 50-50 stuff. They're all crap. To me, it's fraud when it comes to like marriage. I don't know about relationship. I don't talk about relationship. I'm a married man. I've been married now for 4 years. 50-50 is a fraud. I see that as a fraud. That is enabling a husband or a wife not to do their duty, not to do what they're supposed to do. So you don't tell me I'll pay the car note, I'll pay gas, and you buy the groceries. No, you don't work like that. Sometimes I might be weak, I might be tired. I say, hey man, I can't take care of this. I want you to take care of this stuff this month and next month. Maybe I'll pick it up from the other month. It is simple, and that is how I'm a full Igbo man. Ekene said he's from Anambra. Said I'm from Imo State. I'm a full Igbo Nigerian man, but we don't think like this at all. I don't think like this. I have extra toxic masculinity inside of me. Like we don't buy this thing. We don't
Extra
even
toxic.
go the extra toxic masculinity. I have it inside of me. I don't buy that bull crap. You don't bring that nasty.
It isn't toxic, bro. It isn't.
For me,
It's
Chico
not
Mike, one other thing I want to say is,
being a man, bro.
This government assistance in America, they use it to disable marriage, like they use to mess up whole when it comes to a man and a woman being together in the household. They separate. That is the option they use to separate men and the woman. Because if the women are smart enough, you understand the reason why they apply those stuff is to break marriage. Because if you have a man in the house, what the hell are you depending on the government assistant for? He's going to do his duty as a man. Somebody said this stuff. Say at the age of 16, they already start telling you that you're the man of the house. You're the man of the house. You're the man. They already it's like a print on our head till we die. So that's my own 2 cents on this.
All right. D-Town.
50-50 relationship. I don't do that, OG. And I'm a youngster, so. But baby girl do got my back and stuff, so whatever I need, she got for me. But I don't do 50-50 though. But you know, we are talking about a panel full of married men. You know, I don't know about the woman, but I quiet down.
All right. Amira, welcome. Is this your first time on my? It sure is. It sure is. Welcome. All right. So I think you seem like you came up with some smoke from the chat. So is Gabrielle Union emasculating Dwayne Wade by publicly talking about their financial arrangements? You got the floor.
It's not emasculation. It's disrespect. It's disrespectful. It's not feminine like to expose your husband's secrets. You know, this is part of being a wife. A proper wife is to keep your man's secrets. You're supposed to be that barrier, that buffer between him and the world in a way when it comes down to personal matters, rather. It's disrespectful. What I was going to disagree with was Mr. Ekene. I'm sorry, did I pronounce it right? Ekene? So Mr. Ekene was speaking about like how if a woman, I think he said like the woman, she is not appropriate for marriage if she, I think he said if she's like 35 and if she's on her second marriage or something, that she's not appropriate for another man, that she can't get married. That she's
no. I put more qualifications than that. Disqualifications, I'm sorry, than that.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, you can tell me if I'm wrong when I respond. You can let me know if I'm wrong or anything. What I had heard was that, you know, and what I wanted to rebuttal was that I believe, in my view, a wife is a wife, no matter, you know, because in our culture we have had women lose their husbands or what have you and have to remarry at whatever age, you know, and a wife is always a wife. Like if she's already trained to be a wife, she's going to be a wife no matter what. I think the only problem is having a woman who has reached the age of maturity of 30 or 35. She's never been married, and then she's trying to all of a sudden be a wife. It can be difficult because I believe a true wife gets wifed in her 20s. And I don't believe that any woman who's a real true wife will let herself go through her full 20s without being married, you know, because I believe that men see women, and when they see wives, they treat them accordingly. I'm not a man, but it's what I've noticed as a woman looking. And especially if she comes from a good family, they're going to ensure that the daughter that they have raised up to be a wife is going to be a wife, not just sit around in her 20s joking and playing around and being with men. So
preach, baby, preach.
Okay, to respond to that, this is what I said. One thing that you said, I agree with you, or maybe a couple of things. And two things that you said is precisely, if a woman is that good, she would have married in her 20s. That is 100% correct. If you're a good woman, men will not let you be in the street. They would wife you right before you turn 22. You're gone. Then, secondly, is when you talked about widow, you see, every society has a special place for a widow.
Yeah,
because it's not her fault. Every culture has a special place for a widow. But if you've been married and you broke up or divorced your husband, or you were divorced, you can't get a man your age in a true society that goes by nature. You cannot. Excuse me. If you maybe got pregnant while you are home, For you to even marry a man 10 years older than you that has never been married before will just not happen. It's usually men that have married before. They are maybe divorced their wife that will be coming for a woman that got pregnant while she is at home. A woman that divorced her husband and a woman that got pregnant when she was at home are ranked in the same place in society. They're both disqualified. If she's older, she's also in that category. She's never been married before, and she then turned 25, 26 to 29, 30. She's disqualified from marrying men that have never been married before. Usually, they are only qualified to marry men that have married before, men that have gone through divorce, but not because you got to understand. See the way, okay, let me put it this way: nature sees a man as a virgin, no matter his age. A woman is the one that is not a virgin. Every man here, if he don't have a child, you are a virgin. That's the way nature sees you, because you can't disprove that. But a woman can be disproved. So that is why once she has a child or she's past certain age, nature doesn't allow her to qualify for men of married age that have never been married before.
Ekene, you mentioned women from the ages of 22 to 27. Most Black women from the ages of 22 to 27 are of childbearing age, and a lot of us have had children between those ages.
Yeah, you've been disqualified
And
from the
the
market.
thing is this, women cannot
Right.
ask themselves
What
to
was the point of
marry
that?
themselves.
Wait, hold
You
on.
know
You
what I'm
finish
saying?
up. What are you saying, Didi? You
Women can't
saying?
ask them. A lot of us have had children from 22 to 27.
Y'all need to
Oh,
stop fucking
And
But that
I
but that's when you're
agree
supposed to
that
have
we
a child
shouldn't
for
be
your husband, not have
and
a
get
doing
child
married
for a
first.
pornography.
guy.
Exactly.
We should be. The
Yep.
thing is
You're
this.
That's why
supposed to have that
marry
child for the
marry
man
Y'all
before
can
for.
you
say to
carry.
get married
That's
first.
why that's so
However,
important.
who
Yeah,
is
you have to marry
asking us?
first before.
hold on. Go
No,
ahead.
I don't have a lot of friends. I've never been to a friend's wedding, to be honest with you. I have never
Stop
been to a
playing.
friend's wedding.
And and
Honestly.
and that's and that's
wow,
horrible and that's bad
And
and
this
that
is
tells
wow.
you a
it is
lot about
so
your
sad.
situation.
It's
Yeah, and it
so
says a
sad.
lot
It's
You
about
know
your
very
what I'm saying?
sad.
And
It's
I'm
situation.
very
college
sad. What you just
educated,
said right now is very sad. It's very
and
Kind
I'm
it's
of
college
crazy.
crazy.
because
educated, and that's the
because
realness.
because most of
And it's
all
not that
my
these girls didn't come
homeboys,
from good families, and it's not that these men didn't. We just this is not a marriage is not something that was really going on and pushed in our community. A lot of people was just out here fucking during those ages, and I
Lauren,
get it
It
because
wasn't it
I
it's
have a
wasn't
question,
crazy
pushed in
for
Lauren.
our
us to think about.
communities, but we knew it was
how
right.
old are you? How old are you? You say
I
you
don't get that.
36,
I'm 35.
35.
I have
See,
a
I'm 30. I'm
I have
30
a
and all
question,
my
Lauren.
people are married, so I don't know what you're saying
Yeah.
right now. But
Let me
No,
let
I
me
no,
get
I'm
what you're
no.
saying.
married.
It's
You know, I
real.
spent
Like,
all my 20s married, but my friends didn't.
I want to ask Lauren a
yeah.
question. Lauren, you said that you've never been to a wedding of your friends. Have you been to a baby shower of your friends?
a
Of
whole
course.
lot.
I really don't. This is the thing. Why are you here?
Oh, see now,
What
no,
else
no, no.
interested?
That was a question to
But
you. Don't do
that yeah,
that.
Oh,
that
she's
That
wasn't
was a
is
even
she
question
speaking to
to
me?
you.
No,
Yes,
because
yeah.
the thing is
That
this.
was it was a yes or no question though, Miss
That
Lauren.
right.
was
Come on,
yes
No,
or
bro.
no
Get
I'm
out your
not.
question.
feelings.
I don't have to answer her. This is a.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
only
Well,
able
hold
to.
on.
I'm
I
Al,
mean,
only
if you,
interested
Trigger
in
if
Mike,
you,
may
female
you
hold on,
ask her
history.
the
Answer
question,
one
Trigger.
I
mic.
don't
Your
May
have
you
to
answer
ask
hear.
her
is
the
bad.
question.
Your answer
I
is
think
one
the
mic.
I
bad.
question
don't
has
have.
been answered already just by her response. The
She
way
don't
she's
Oh
have. I
God,
asking
don't
has
have.
already been
y'all
answered.
Take it how you
y'all
want to
about
take
to
it.
firebomb my show. Let me get the next question going. Who has not answered? No, everybody answered. So let me get this super chat read. All right, if y'all let me John the Baptist, give me a second. I'll send that link to you. My man Fatty, fired of foreign currency. I think that's euro. Salute Trigger Michael. Y'all gonna stop calling me that. My name is Trigger Mike. All right, if you are just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Hit that like button. It is free. We got a bomb panel tonight. Amira stopping by for the first time. We got female energy in here. I'm loving it. And everybody is on point with their responses. So let's get the next question going on. We talked about Gabrielle Union, everything that man is doing with his girl, Dwayne Wade. And we're going to switch the topic to more of like the nuances of modern women. So when I say modern woman in that word, I actually mean Gabrielle Union. She's been doing quite a bit of stuff for quite a while. And y'all remember that show, Being Mary Jane? I didn't even realize that a lot of my red pill talking points and my outrage about modern women came from that damn show. Anything that was on BET, it was like the worst thing ever. Like the way they would just paint black men as these terrible people, and I hated all those shows because I started to grow more conservative, and my opinion did from that. So my next question is, and we're gonna start with Amira. We're gonna start with a lady. What are some of the nuances of the modern women compared to traditional women?
I don't understand your question. What do you mean nuances?
So we all know. So let me put it this way: traditional women are, even for a man that behaves in a certain way, that's participated in what modern women have to offer, like the free sex culture, it is kind of showing now that they don't think about settling down with these women ultimately, because they prefer for their own household, for their children to be raised in a tradition by a more traditional woman that's a little more calm, settled down, cooks, wants to tend to his needs, so on and so forth. So compared to the traditional woman, what is it that they don't like about the modern woman, and what stops them from marrying that type of woman?
Okay. What stops men from marrying the typical modern woman of today? I would say the most alarming thing, this is just my view, is the disrespect, because I believe that men hold respect very high. I believe that men hold respect higher than they hold love, or caring or attention or whatever have you. I believe that respect is the most important thing for men, because that's what my husband told me. Now, we come from a different culture, but I believe a man is a man, right? And my husband told me that before that I need to love him more than I need to respect him more than I love him. He said, I'd rather you respect me than to love me. And I understood that when he said it, because us women, we are the exact opposite. We want to be loved and get the attention. We want attention and care for me and make me feel like I'm the only woman in the world. The man is different. So I believe that the most alarming thing that a lot of men are running from today is the lack of respect, the disrespect of men today, where women don't even know what a real man is anymore, because men have been neutered in this country by the family courts, by the society, even by the school systems. I mean, if we really want to get down into it, started young. So I believe that the lack of respect for men, the lack of knowing how to speak to men, how to address them, how to take care of them, how to cater to them, everything is lost. And I believe that is the main reason why men are turning to outside of the American borders to find their women.
Excellent answer. Let's get Didi. I want to hear your answer on this. What are some of the nuances of modern women compared to traditional women?
Can you rephrase that question?
Damn, I gotta write better questions.
Because when you say the nuances, like the thing is, like if you saying like why are modern women not getting married?
Well,
or
not
why
even
are
so.
men running from marriage?
The way I tried to phrase it, so even my homeboys that like want to take after me, right? That are like, damn, bro, I think I'm tripping because it ain't it out here. And the girls that like them, and the girl you thought he wanted to be with, the type of girl you've seen him with the entire time, it ends up not being the woman he wants to settle down with. He starts to look for a more calm woman and when I explain to him what he should be looking for, all of a sudden he's interested in women that he wasn't even looking in their direction. They dress more conservative, all of that. So that is the traditional woman. So what is he seeing? That man, what is he seeing in that traditional woman that he's not seeing in the modern woman? Does that make sense? I try to rephrase.
Can I?
What is the differences?
Yeah, you can. If I let some other people go, you probably get better
Please,
content.
yes, come back to me.
I asked
Thank
it a
you.
little
Can I
weird,
go?
but
Can I
Stanley, you
go?
said you wanted to go.
Yeah, I go.
I'm gonna go after you.
I'm just gonna put it to you like this. It's two TV shows. Put them next to each other. Put Little House on the Prairie next to any reality TV show like Real Housewives or something like that, and you'll see the nuances. People want the Little House on the Prairie type of women who had the husband's back, who was willing to build, who took care and worked. Like you said, they worked 90% of the time. They worked just as much as the husband did away from the house. They worked in the house and around the house. So those are the nuances. These women, the modern woman, don't want to do nothing, but they want everything. Back then, the traditional women did everything and they didn't want much. Those are the nuances.
Damn, that was a good one. All right, D-Town, you said you wanted to go next?
Yeah, Trigger. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Uh, just like my man said so greatly. Uh, bro, we just dealing with a different type of woman now. Bro, they don't even want you to be the bus driver. You can't even be the bus driver, Trigger. Like, like it's just a different woman these days. And what's really going on, what really happened was me and like y'all start coming up and making these panels, and y'all start really telling us the truth about what's out here, about our value, because we really didn't know our value. We was always trying to, impress a woman, or we believed our value was in the girl that we got. You get what I'm saying? But now y'all done changed the game. So now young men getting up to 35, getting their muscles, getting their money right, getting everything right, might have a little roommate, and they busting down everybody. And then they have these girls like, well, dang, I want to get settled down, but but we don't want that no more. Everything is y'all women have treated themselves like a transaction, like a card. So men are doing that now. You get what I'm saying? And then look, Trigger, the modern day, bro, we got Molly the maid. She like $45 a month. You can get your groceries to you. You can do everything for yourself. So what is a woman really like? You get what I'm saying?
I got Rosa the maid. I got Rosa,
Okay,
Carmelita.
okay. You hear me? You get what I'm saying? And she come in, don't say nothing. Hey, how you doing? Good morning, and then do her thing. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like, it's just that's the thing. And just
Mm-hmm.
like we saying, men go, just like my girl said, she said so greatly. Men need that respect, bro. When you get we in the house and you talking crazy to me, you don't you I don't see you as my woman no more. I really see you as this nigga on the stop sign, and I really want to go inside your mouth. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? That's how much we feel about respect. You get what I'm saying? But women they don't understand that. So you out here talking to your man like he just another nigga on the street. Yeah, he gonna treat you like
Mm-hmm.
another woman on the street. That's just what it is. It goes hand in hand. Men are simple. We're 2 plus 2 is 4. We not about to do wave nothing else. So that's really what the difference is. The women just don't want to. They don't want to bring nothing to the table no more. You know what I'm saying? Except some vagina, and then expect you to be monogamous to that when it ain't, when there's all this other stuff going on. Like, I just don't understand, Trigger. But I digress.
All right. Anybody can go.
Okay, I
Yeah,
think
let
it's
me let
women at
me
a
let me
certain age that don't bring much to the table because they haven't built up much. You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all basing this on women that's age 20 to 22, 22 ish to 27 ish, they're just probably getting their feet wet in their careers and stuff like that. They haven't really built much. So of
Women
course
don't
they
need to
don't
build
have
anything. They need to
this
get
is
with
you know what I'm
somebody
saying?
who is
Like,
building.
this is the
Hold on.
thing.
Go ahead.
We live in a
And
society where you have to pay your bills, and if you don't work, you don't eat. And this is whether you are a man or you're a woman, you can
I
be
think somebody's
on
making
these
noise in the
streets.
background.
Everybody needs housing and shelter and food, whether you're a woman or you're a man. And if you don't have a man, you're gonna have to go get it on your own. You're gonna have to go work because it
it's
has
called
to
being
be
an
done.
adult.
Whether somebody exactly, it's called being an adult. So this
Mm-hmm.
is for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's immune to having to do for themselves. You know what I'm saying?
So are you answering the
Nobody.
question, D? Are you answering the question now?
Yeah, sure. I'll answer the question. Absolutely. In regards to the whole traditional woman versus modern woman and nuances, we in a different day and age. A lot of us are not. We don't have a family home to go to. There not a lot of big mamas that you can go stay at big mama house and stuff like that no more. We in a
Right,
different day and
right.
age. You got to go out here and go get it. You have to grind.
Hmm.
If you don't, you're going to be homeless. And like y'all said, we got all these evictions because they not playing with us. If you
Nah,
do
for
not
real.
work, they're going to put you out. Modern women are under that pressure.
But it's the equality that y'all fought for.
Exactly.
I don't.
Y'all you look, but listen to y'all you see y'all. I don't understand how you feel like the men that's working in the coal mine is doing that just to oppress that woman. You think he's there up under rocks and on the oil rigs and away from that? Do you think
Who
they
is
Mm.
do
this?
that? But I'm
Can
saying,
you
but
explain
not
to me
you.
what group of women that you explained that they was just y'all that fought for this working and stuff? Because as y'all say, black women have always worked.
Yep.
Well,
So
no,
why would we be
but
fighting
this is
to do
but no,
something
it's the
that was
difference.
already
See, it's the
done? You
difference.
know what I'm
It's the
saying?
difference between working and trying to say you're equal to us. That's a whole different words mean things. So now
Okay.
that you're saying equal, then that means everything gotta be equal. So that means you
Now,
can't have government assistance no more.
okay, well here
You
go the
can't
thing. Here go
have
the
food
thing. If
stamps
I'm a
no
brick
more.
mason, if I'm a brick mason and you a brick mason, and I done put down 30 bricks and you done put down 30 bricks. The equality that women were asking for was for if you was being paid $10 for that 30 bricks, I wanted to be paid $10 for that 30 bricks.
They
Not
got
you
that.
get paid $10 for that 30 bricks and I be paid $7 for that 30 bricks.
That's not
And
But
true.
that's the
they
equality that
got that.
is
But they
going
got that
for. You know
love.
what I'm saying? No, there's still an income disparity among
No,
women.
that's
No,
not
it's
That's
that's
why
not.
not
even Mike
true.
It's
admitted
That's
not
not
earlier in
true.
this
true.
conversation that men have a
There is
higher
no there
earning
is no
power.
there is no
Look, let
income
me say this. Let
And
me
disparity.
say
there's
this real
an
That
income
is
fast.
not
Okay,
disparity.
true. No, there is none.
And
In
That's
the
where the
same
across the
career
goalposts.
industries, there
for
are
the same
income
work,
disparities.
this is where income disparity comes in. Okay, let me
Oh,
just put
let's
it
not
this
go
way.
down
Y'all getting
Okay.
this. Y'all
there.
get
Yeah,
y'all
let's
getting
not go
I think
down
sidetracked.
there.
Rich,
Let's not go.
you
Let's
know,
not
I
go
think you're
down
next, Rich. Rich, I think you're
Y'all
next.
getting sidetracked. Y'all
there.
getting
Let's not go
sidetracked.
down there, man. I
I'm
mean,
Yeah,
what
y'all
we
I
let
need
saying,
want.
to
I
say.
Y'all
want.
okay,
I
listen to
want. I
my
but
want.
we
I
was
want. I
this
want
is
to answer the
about the
question.
modern, right?
hold on.
So
I'm
Y'all
gonna
I
answer
listen
the
to
don't
Hold
feel
my
on,
question
like
before
it
he
was
gets
parliamentarian,
sidetracked.
sidetracked.
John the Baptist.
I don't feel
Parliamentarian,
like
John the Baptist. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you say am I going now? I'm waiting on somebody else. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
No, I
I
said
think
listen to the parliamentarian when he's
Oh.
talking. So you may go, sir.
So the difference between modern and and traditional women. Modern women are moving now without a plan without a plan, and there's no track record they can follow to see the results they're going to get. Modern women are doing something that's different that hasn't been proven. And because it has been proven, they're now starting to get the results of the work that they put in 40 and 50 years ago. So you start to see the results of it now. And the results are not looking good. And so for traditional women, the plan has already been set forward. It's already been put in motion. There's a track record, there's a history already put in place when you do it right. So when we start talking about, and I want to mention this before, I'll end the plane here. When we start talking about being a traditional woman, a traditional wife, it doesn't mean the wife doesn't work. It has nothing to do with money at all. It's about the roles that are played, the preset roles that are played, that are the preset roles that are already made, and how you play your role. And I'll land my plane there.
All right.
You know what I mean? I didn't answer that one. So
Listen.
I see it. I think there's three elements to this. First of all, the difference between a modern woman and traditional woman. There's nothing nuanced about it. The modern woman is completely anti-traditional, because of feminism. They don't care about traditions. They want the benefits of tradition from a man, but they don't want to deliver it.
Mm.
And you got simps like Steve Harvey telling women that they don't need to deliver anything to the table but their box. And it's that's so destructive, because
Mm-hmm.
when you ask, especially, I have to say, especially the Western women, it might not just be black women, but since we have mostly black women around, they get the brunt of this in these echo chambers. It's so simple for a woman to say, well, what do you bring to the table to your husband? Well, how come they just can't say, I bring, loyalty, exclusivity, nurturing for the kids. I bring, peace to the household. You get me the house, I'll make it a home. Like, why can't they say shit like that? They say, well, I'm the table, but they could just answer. that question triggers so many women, and it should be a simple answer, right? So they've been so programmed to think that a man should just give them everything, and because they give him a little bit of box, he's supposed to be satisfied with that. It's just crazy, you know. And you know what? I just saw something. Elon Musk is about to put out these robots, female, like they look like real women. He's going to be selling them for like $4,000 a pop, right? And so I could see men buying those things and just having done with talking. Men are going their own way already.
They already doing it in Japan.
Right.
They don't.
So I tell you what, there's two things. If prostitution was legal or everywhere, and these robots came out, women would be in, especially the women who are completely transactional about what they give to a man. They will be done.
But
done.
the worst part about it is that I would say, in that particular sense, women are the ones that made themselves replaceable.
Of course.
Because there's nothing like a warm-blooded, natured, nurturing, caring, kind, spirited woman. There's nothing, you can't replace that type of woman. But that type of woman is rare.
Let me land it. I'm gonna go. Women have, especially now for black women, I think a lot of black, not all of them, some of them, too many of them, have priced themselves out of the market.
Agreed.
And it's a shame. It's sad, you know. And you know, and I hope we could turn that around. But I don't see how we could turn it around with the women that's alive now. If we don't start to not indoctrinate, talk to the younger women as they get to 18. Any man or any father in the household start telling their daughters, hey, listen, I want you to get your education. I want you to be able to pay for yourself. But I want you to understand that you need a man to cover you throughout your life. Because right now I'm doing it. And I want to be able to hand you over to a man that's going to cover you so I can sleep at night. You know? And so we just need to start using that narrative. And there's a lot of women who are lost to that narrative. And I think we should stop trying to convince them otherwise. We should just find women and try to save the women we can.
Yeah, I agree on that one. We do need to raise our youth in the direction of being more marriage minded, and still, even when you're successful, knowing that you still do need a partner, you need a husband. I do believe, you know, you need a husband. However, the thing is, in America, when it comes down to black women versus black men, we outnumber y'all by like 2 million. It's not enough for y'all.
So I love it when people say that. So if you are so outnumbered, I'm sorry, if you are, if men are so outnumbered, exactly, and men are more rare, why? And women have to compete more to get a quality man because all those men aren't even quality. Right. Why is it that men get treated like shit in this society?
Because everybody perceives themselves to be good. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna tell you, oh, I'm a horrible person. Everybody perceives themselves to be good, but just because we are good people does not mean that we are compatible people. And a lot of times
you didn't answer the question though.
I'm answering the question.
No, you didn't. You answered a different question. I know you answered.
Yeah, she answered the question differently completely.
Ask me the question, then, John the Baptist. I'll answer it.
So he's asking if men are such, if it's such little chance to get a man, why do you treat men like they're no good?
Not all of us treat men like they're no good. We end up, the people who get treated like they're no good are people who are not compatible. People who are not compatible.
That is not true.
That is who do that. People, if you had a person that you were compatible with, they would not treat you like that.
That is not true because you know what?
That's not how you vet a man. Yeah, how do you know he's not compatible? You don't say this. When you got to go into a man thinking that he has to disqualify himself. So your mindset can't be that this guy's a bum. Anything that has low supply and high demand, you should there should be a lot of
Exactly.
demand for that small
Y'all
supply.
should be treating us like hand
There's
Like,
sanitizer
a
at
we
lot of
should, y'all
demand,
the
but
should
guess
be
what
beginning
putting
of
us
the
happens
on
with
a
month.
that?
pedestal until we
Okay.
prove not to be there. That's what it
But guess
should
what
be like.
happens with that? But guess
Facts
and guess
trigger.
what? We do. And the reason why I say we do is
Oh,
because
no, y'all
what
don't.
happens is
No, y'all
now
don't.
Let
is
me,
this. We end up giving
Didi,
ourselves because we
Let
know
me
that we're
rescue
in
you.
competition.
Didi, let me
Because
rescue
we
you.
know that we're in
Let her
competition,
finish. Let her
we
finish.
end up giving ourselves to you
Let her
guys
finish.
rescue
Let
you.
her
way
finish.
quicker than we should.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
Ikene then humble.
let me rescue you, Didi. This is the
I don't need
problem.
any rescue, but let me
You
finish my
you
point.
should have known you were gonna
That's the
get that
problem.
answer.
That's the
No, because
problem
think
You
about it
should
now.
like
have
this.
known you were
John the
gonna get
Baptist
that
No,
asked the
answer.
question. John the Baptist
guess
asked the
what?
question, and I
That's the
wanted to
problem
answer
now.
John the Baptist's question
A
before
man
all
said,
the
"Let
rest
me."
of you got to
Hey
interrupt me.
man, let that girl answer her own
You
question,
always go to
Akane.
the extreme, so let me finish
Chill
my
out, bro.
answer because I can you be going to the extreme, and John the Baptist did ask the question, and to answer his question with that. Can he ask the question again? Because you done made me forget it. Because you always jump in.
I
So
think
the
you answered
question,
the way you needed
the
to.
question, because the question Mike was answering is, if men are rare commodities, you treat rare commodities with such value, not like trash. That and you did answer the second time. You did answer it.
She did answer the
So
question. That's what I was thinking. But
And
this is what
interrupt me.
I said. Let me rescue you. As soon as I said, "Let me rescue you," you would have been like, "Okay, I'm a man. Let me rescue you." That's what I'm
Nah,
supposed to do.
Ikane. This a
No,
different
this,
generation.
no,
Don't let them.
no.
Can't
But
save them,
I
bro.
understand. But we're trying to save her. When a man said, "Let me rescue you," just step out of the road. Even if you have the power, just step out. Let him do the job. Okay. Then this is what I'm trying to
Mike,
say.
rescue me. I feel like you're the better man for the job.
Oh
Okay,
my
now you want to
gosh.
choose
See,
who's
see,
going to
they want to
rescue
pick
you
and
now.
choose who rescue them.
You
See,
now you
that's
want
Yeah,
to
part of
yeah.
the
pick
You
and
told me
problem.
choose
to
That's
vet,
one of the
right? I'm
nuances
vetting.
right
So
there,
I'm
Sugar
vetting.
Mike.
And what I vetted is that
That's
Mike
one
is
of
a
the
better
that's
man
one
you
of
than I
the
don't.
am.
You
One
see,
mic.
that's the
So
problem.
I
You're
would
not
like Mike
supposed
to
to
rescue
vet.
me.
You're
Mike,
not supposed to
I'm a
vet.
damsel in
It's your
distress. Rescue me,
dad.
Mike.
It's your dad that's supposed to rescue. It's your dad that's supposed to vet,
Mike,
not you.
Mike.
Okay, Mike.
rescue
Now she
me.
wants you. But this is what I'm trying to say. I got to be honest with you guys. The reason why the
Oh
system
my
is getting
God. This
broken,
is so
the
good.
more. This is the reason why. It's actually those women that are older. They've been priced out of market. So what they're doing, because if you look at Vivica Fox, right, the rest of
Oh
them,
my God.
because they are so far gone, they don't want to be on that lonely island alone. So now they're bringing the rest of them with them. They're saying to these younger girls from
they
the
lying
age
to
of
them.
40 and
Yep.
below, they're telling them, you don't
Mhm.
need no man.
Right.
There's no man out there for you. And this is something that I've noticed in the community when I first got here. The ones that couldn't go to college discouraged the ones that were going to go to college from going to college. That's what they did. I saw it in my own face. They would tell girls and boys, college ain't for you. Oh, that's a white man thing. They're going to put you in debt. They're going to mess you up. I'm telling you, this is what
I
I
remember
had. In fact,
mama saying that.
I literally had to beg somebody that I was talking to one time. I had to literally beg this person, please go to college. I knew that and I said, please go to college. Even if you don't use your degree for anything, but at least have that degree. This individual went against it and told me what the mama said, what the sister said, and there is no brother in the house. So what these ladies do is that they make sure that their own children fail because she failed. So it's not this fault, if you ask me, because the way she's sounding right now, she is sounding like somebody that really, really wants to be rescued by a man. But at the same time, she doesn't know how to go about it because everybody around her never got married. And that
Let me
tells you one thing, that nobody around her ever encouraged her about marriage. So she doesn't know how to go about it. And she doesn't even know she's not supposed to be the one vetting. It's your dad or a man, a trusted man in the family that's supposed to vet any man that approaches you. Before sex, vet him.
all right.
It
So
was just suggested by a
let me
gentleman
add
on
this,
this
Didi.
platform that I vet.
Let
A
me
gentleman vet.
add to that though. It isn't just Didi, man. It's every damn woman that complains on YouTube that I listen. I don't know. I think I got magic powers, y'all. I'm not joking. when I meet people in person, when I hear people talk, it's almost as if I'm looking right through them into what they're actually saying, right? Because literally all women are finding different ways to basically to cry out for help.
Yeah.
The more aggressive they sound, the more they're lashing out, the more they gaslight, the more they move the goalpost, the more delusional they sound. It's just an attempt to say, I am out of control. I need a man to take control. I'm afraid of love. I'm afraid of marriage because I think I won't succeed. This is all I hear when most women talk on YouTube. And we can just go in circles and circles and circles because at the end of the day, they really just want a man to come in and take control. And really, like I said, that's nature. That's what you're supposed to want.
Right.
A lot of women are just they've been fighting their nature for so long, they're just settling into it now.
Mhm.
Right? But I don't know. Who else want to go on this?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah,
So
we
I was
do.
Mike,
Yeah.
what you were just Mike, what you were just saying, what
Let
you were
me.
just saying, Mike, what you were just saying, it's
Mike, let me
actually true
go.
because a couple years ago, as a gift, I got a gift, some Valentino cologne, right? And I was just wearing that cologne left and right because it smelled good. It smelled great, and I didn't really know what it was until I ran out and I got ready to reorder it. And when I got to reorder that bottle of cologne, I'm like, dang, I didn't know what I had. But when I purchased it the second time, when I purchased it for the next time, guess what I did? I wore that joke on special occasions because once you know the value of something, you know not to abuse it. You know not to waste it. And I think what's happening in society now, men and the women do not know how valuable a relationship is. And what we're doing now, we're squandering these opportunities of relationships. Like when someone throws you a life raft and you refuse that life raft, you don't understand how valuable a life raft is until you drown, because you're drowning yourself. You don't even realize how.
He cut out.
Yeah.
Or
Damn, Johnny
was that just
Baptist
me
is
or
Man, you were cooking too.
this tree don't like you, and you were cooking.
He was cooking. Damn.
yeah? I
Yeah.
mean, the
Y'all
only
can't
time
hear
you
me.
throw in a
Y'all
life
can't hear
raft
me.
Okay,
is
go.
what?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You always come in at the same time too. Yeah, we can hear you now.
But that was, I don't know what y'all heard, but I thought but you don't know it. You don't know what it is till you waste it. But I'm not sure the last thing y'all heard though.
That's it right there.
Yep.
Yeah, you
All right.
don't throw somebody a life raft
Yeah,
until they're drowning.
Trigger, let me go. For me, my own 2 cents on this is when you ask a woman who has given birth to maybe a child or 1 or 2 kids, and you ask that lady, why didn't you get married before having kids? It's an offense. They're going to pick an offense. They're going to get triggered. And 2, when you ask a lady who is 30 to 40 who is single, why are you not married? They go pick an offense. That's the difference between a traditional woman and the modern women these days. Because they pick an offense. If you ask them why are you not married, they get triggered immediately. They're going to think like you're trying to insult them or something like that. It is crazy for me. I don't see the reason why
Yeah,
they're
I
going
mean,
to act like that.
depending on your tone and how you asking certain questions, it can come off offensive.
You don't.
What are
You
your
tone.
what are you
Did you say
anticipating
tone?
with the information? That's the
Because
thing. Like,
because
I okay.
because I will say something. I'll say something now. Let me tell you this. The reason why you're still single is because of your family members. They don't like you. I will tell you the real fact. You've been hanging around people who don't like you. You know the benefit of marriage. Women, I'm not going to say women know the benefit of marriage, but the people they hang themselves around with, they don't like them. They give them false narrative and false results about marriage. That's the reason why they kick back. So
Now they getting the
you know the
results they want.
benefits. You know the benefits of marriage, but you keep wanting to do your city girl and live your summer life and all the stuff. And that is the reason why so many women today, I'm not just saying, I don't want to throw shades. So many women today are single.
Yeah, because the benefits don't outweigh the consequences. It's too many consequences nowadays. If you, because you got to think about it. This modern women, the modern men, the counterparts are actually not traditional. These traditional value, they want hoes, and more hoes, like you said, higher demand without the supply. You got an issue, and it's not a high demand for these traditional women. If that was the case, the likes ratio would be way different. You would have more people liking women who are covered up versus the scantily clad women. Can we agree on
We want
something like
people.
that?
No, I disagree.
It's
I
so
disagree.
hopeful. I
No, no,
disagree.
no,
No,
no.
We
Hold
no,
on, hold
disagree.
on.
We
no.
I
disagree.
disagree.
Sorry. We
Let me ask you
disagree
this
with
question.
you
I
on
want to
that
ask you this
completely.
Yeah.
I
question. I
wasn't
want to
able to.
ask you this
No,
question.
no.
I want to
He asked
hold
you a
on. I want
question.
to ask you
You
this
gotta
question.
answer what he said first. He asked you a question. You know what I'm saying?
No, no, hold on. Yeah, that's
He
I want
said,
because
"Do we
hold
like
on.
hoes? Do we
We
like
don't.
hoes?"
We
Okay.
don't like hoes.
Now,
We
He
there you
don't
said
like
go.
you.
hoes.
That's not
He's
true.
So,
asking women who
but
have kids
hold on. Let
already
me ask him.
why they didn't
Hold
marry
on.
their child's father. That means that you're speaking with a
I did
woman
not
who's
say
already had
child's father.
children, sir.
Listen, no, pay attention. Pay attention. I did not say child's father. I said, why didn't you get married first before having kids? That's what I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you get married first? They said, marry before you carry.
Before you
Either
Don't
carry.
way, you're
carry.
speaking to a
So,
woman with
no,
children when you ask this question.
listen,
But
you
that's
see
two
that?
different questions, though.
Can
He did
somebody break
ask.
this?
Right? I mean,
Can
that's
some?
who's in your face, is what I'm saying. That's who's around you. That's the woman you're courting. This is the woman you're speaking
Okay,
of.
I have a question. Humble, hold on, Humble. It's so hopeful. Let me ask you a question. What is wrong asking that woman that question?
Thank you. Please
And
answer
I
the
think
question,
Dee
please.
Dee was asking this. What are you going to do with that information? What is that information going to do for you?
No, no,
You can
no,
make a
no.
It's gonna
choice
help.
We
It's
based on
gonna
that
asking you.
help me
information.
We asking
decide.
you a
That it's
question.
called
What would
vetting.
you? What's wrong with that question? That's what we asking. What's wrong with that question? That Humble ask. Why didn't you marry before you carry? What's wrong with that question?
Well, the issue with that question is men are not bending the knee to propose in marriage. Like
That
actually,
ain't
it's the
answering the
opposite.
question.
It's more women starting to actually propose. I don't know if y'all seen this online.
That
Okay,
Yeah, I
let me
see
say.
it.
Let me.
yeah,
I
but
gotta
that's
make a
not.
statement.
Yeah,
Let me ask. Let me make a
Okay, I got
statement.
one question. I just
Let
that
me.
wasn't my
Let,
quick
question.
look.
let,
One
let,
question. Who all on this panel as men married?
I'm
One,
married.
I'm married.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I'm
7.
married.
Okay. Okay. Bet. That's all I was just making sure.
Okay, so check this out, right? Let me say this real quick.
So
I
we
think
are marrying
I,
women out
I
here.
think
That's all I want to make sure.
Amira wanted. Amira, did you want
Right.
to say something? Because
No, I'm just listening for now.
okay, so check this out, guys. Let me put it this way: if we don't ask women this question, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. It is high time in America that you have to shame them. The ones that have kids, you have to shame them. And you don't shame them slowly. You don't shame them little like this. You got to shame them big. You got to put it in their face. Because guess what happened in our culture, right? Is the shame that made Africa to have a very low birth rate out of wedlock. Because the
Hmm.
community will shame you so bad, man. They will shame you really bad. So that's why the birth rate is that low. As soon as she gets married, she start popping it. And they marry as young as 20, 21, 22 because of what? The shame of being at home. Because your mom will shame you, your dad will shame you, all these people will shame you until you get married. If you leave women, they are actually against their own progress. So
Right.
that
So,
is
so
why.
Ekene, let me say this to this point. I mean,
How
we
so?
got to be quick. Let me just say this real quick. First of all, that question is not a shaming question. It's a vetting question.
Yeah.
If I'm in front of a
100%.
woman, wait a minute. I'm not disagreeing with just shame, but it doesn't have to be shame. It's a
Mm-hmm.
fair question. I could
Mm-hmm.
ask a woman, "Hey, why did you have a baby out of wedlock?" And it doesn't matter. So my motivation could be varied, right? But if I'm talking to this woman and I want to see if there's more to her, right? Because who knows? I might be the stepdaddy type, but I wouldn't be. But if I was, I want to know. And if
Mm-hmm.
she can't answer that question, she disqualifies herself.
That's
You
right.
To my
disqualified.
satisfaction. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's not a shaming question. We should be able to, when you in the front of a woman that you might want to have a relationship with, there should be no question that's off the table.
Mm-hmm.
Just like she could ask me anything. It's how
Anything.
we respond that matters. You know, so what's this thing? You know, so it's not a shaming question. You got a baby from some asshole you ain't married to. Why? Why did you do that? And don't tell me you were young and you didn't know biology and you get, you know, so let's just, we need to be real with each other. At some point, we need to be real with each other to move forward. And that's it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In conclusion,
I
in
agree with
Yeah, but
you.
conclusion,
certain things
in
ain't everything,
conclusion,
ain't everybody business.
in
So.
conclusion, this is so. What
We
I'm
asked,
You ain't gonna let
I'm
her
glad
know.
that Richie, you were able to add to what I just said or made it more simpler. Yes, if it comes to relationship, yes, you have to vet. There is no question is rude question. The answer can only disqualify you. Every question is a right question, but the way you answer it will make or break you.
Y'all have
You
some of the
make
most.
But
Y'all
but
have
the
some
thing
of the.
about it is this:
Y'all
why do
have.
you feel entitled to everybody's business? Like everything ain't your business. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes, especially if you asking questions
a
about
man that
trauma
wants to
or
marry you
something
is not
like
his
that,
business.
the,
A man
the,
that
the
wants
thing
to
about
date
this,
you is not his business.
okay,
if she
I'm gonna
feel
be
like that,
let's
then
be a
she's telling you
realistic and
that she's
wise.
not the
Let's
one.
be a realistic and wise person. It is very important that you be careful with who you share your traumas with. Because people can use them against some people will use
Oh
them
hell no, that
against
shit.
you or they will put you through them again. And that's why I asked, what is the motivation behind you having
Hey,
this
T, do you play
information?
Yeah,
football?
What are
Because
you
you
going to
that's
do
why
damn
with
sure
it?
women
keep
want
moving the
men to
Why
be
are
goalpost.
you
vulnerable and
asking?
emotional so they can
So
use it
it's not a
against you. I
problem
agree with
about
that.
asking, and I feel like a woman should be able to answer, but the motivation of why you're asking should also be revealed as well.
If I'm
Now
And
talking
if
to
you're
he
you,
not
said his
vetting
if I'm
the
talking
motivation
woman,
to
is the
you and
shame,
we're
right?
on a date and I'm courting you, you already know
Hmm.
what my motivation
yeah,
is.
but if we on a panel
Right.
and you ask me that, it's and you have a
But
motivation to
we're
be
not talking
condescending
about
or
on
to
the panel.
shame.
We didn't ask you that on the panel.
I know
All
you
right.
didn't, but I'm
I
just
didn't.
saying
I
it
didn't.
We're
it
gonna pivot.
depends the tone, the context, and when you ask.
We're gonna pivot to the
It
next
depends on
question.
who
Let's get
you
this
are.
super chat read. The Clue Channel, $5. Amira. They love you, Amira. You got fans out here. Okay. All right. Next question coming up. Now that we've talked about, I shouldn't have said nuances. I'm trying to get
It's
better
all
at
right.
writing
That's
questions.
fine. Fine. It's fine.
But we've talked about modern women. And one of the things I think I've tried to make clear on this show is that all men aren't husbands. And that women have no business dealing with, dating, having sex with, and birthing children for certain men. They have no business doing it. And throughout history, not all men have been eligible for that. It is a distinct honor to have your bloodline furthered by a woman. It is an honor that a woman is supposed to bestow upon you to say, I will birth your child through my birth canal. Not all men are eligible for that. So, to be fair, we have to say all women ain't eligible to be wives either, especially in modern society. So, what percentage? We're gonna start with you, Stanley. I haven't heard from you.
Hey,
What
before
percentage
Stanley,
of
before
go ahead.
Stanley goes, right? Hey guys, can you give two
God
dollars super chat,
almighty.
$2 super chat to Trigger Mine because the super chat is so low. I want somebody like 20 of you give $2 super chat, please, guys.
I appreciate that.
Minimum.
20 super chats for Trigger Mike. I'm down for that. I'll get hyped for that. All right, Stanley, we're gonna start with you. What percentage of modern women are actually wives? Please explain.
I would say if you feel like you're a modern woman and you're not wife material,
Damn.
I'm sorry. I'm
So,
simple as that.
all right, Ikene. Oh, you on mute, Ikene.
What percentage of modern women are actually marriage material? Oh boy. I support what Detan just said. If you're a modern woman, you're not qualified to be a wife, period. Because marriage is only for traditional women, except there is an exception. Not every man, not every man out there wants a traditional woman. Some men are damaged. We can't just put this on women only. There are serious damaged men out there. The only difference that the damaged men are far lower than men with sense. Because if you look at it, traditional men are about 30%, then incels are about 40%, damaged men are about 20% or lower. So the rest of them, we don't know. But traditional men are up to a high percentage up there.
There was like 20% left. What are they thoughts? All right, got it.
We don't know what
So,
we
Hey,
don't know
that
what
is
goes over
that
there.
is a stage that we go through. Because I mean,
Yeah.
what you said, all men aren't, husbands. I mean, there's a growth process. Because when I was younger, I was a thought. I ain't even gonna flex. I was a thought. Getting it was easy. You know what I'm saying? Between the ages of 17 to 23, 24. But then as you get older and you get tired of that, yeah, you do want to settle down and you do want to find that, that one that you can just kick it with. So yeah, it's a growing process. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
would
mean,
love
I feel
to be the one to reveal that I was a thought, but Dee Dee seemed to already do that for me earlier in the show.
yeah, she
So
did. She put
I'll
you out there.
pass on that. Jeez, and right. She's like, yeah, he was hoeing and like, excuse me. I was not. All right.
So
I didn't say you
a
was
mirror,
whore. I
right?
just said you weren't marriage minded.
All right.
So
All
isn't
right.
a mirror next?
Thought.
You know what? I rebut that. I rebut that. I was always marriage minded. I just had my fun until it was time to get married. Is that fair to say? I've
You
always been this person. Now, I think
you
most traditional men are
but
that
you
person.
knew you
Yeah, I
weren't getting
wasn't
married at
always
that point.
marriage minded.
You knew you weren't getting married at that point.
Yeah. I mean, college? Yeah. No, I knew I wasn't getting married right then and there. No. I did get married late. I will say that because, I was supposed to start that train around 25. But no, I did move and get into the serious relationship with the woman that became my wife at 26. So I did pretty good. All right. Amira, what percentage of modern women are actually wives? Please explain.
Bring up the super chat, guys. Super chat.
Firstly,
Put some
firstly, I,
$2, put some $5 in it.
firstly, I believe that you saying that you had always been marriage minded, but you had your fun. If a woman said the same thing, what would you say it about her? If a woman
I said,
said, "I've always been marriage
Men,
minded,
yeah,
but I just had my
yeah.
fun."
Nah,
so,
men and women ain't the same. Go
Well, I
ahead.
mean, in this, wait a minute.
hold on,
In
hold
this
on,
case,
hold on.
well, I
It,
want to say what
okay,
Stanley
go
said
ahead.
something.
Yeah.
Stanley said men and women aren't the same. I never said they are, and I do understand that there are differences. But when it comes to morality,
Yeah.
there is a similarity between the morality between promiscuousness and all of that. Just because you're a man doesn't mean that you need to be running around the town. You may
That is
disagree,
true.
but this is why
That is
I
we
true.
differ.
disagree.
1 minute,
But
we
hold
differ.
on, hold on.
Let me finish.
Hear her out. Hear her out. Let's hear her out.
I just would like to finish my
Yeah,
sentence.
go ahead. Go ahead. Man, we got you.
So for us, this is where cultural differences come in. Like I've seen like American men mostly say, we can hoe around and that's okay and it's all good. But it's like, if even for us, like there is no proudness in that. Like a man being dirty and going around with each and every woman. There's no pride in that in our culture. Men do it, but they're not proud of that. I've noticed that over here, men are just happy to say that and happy to just put it out there. And it's like there's a cultural difference. So I'm sorry, Trigger Mike. So I did tell you that you couldn't be marriage minded and then say, well, I, was joking around and playing around the whole time.
100% correct.
So what I'll say is that it's really the term marriage minded that's up for debate. That's it. So I knew exactly who I was supposed to become. Like what do we say today? The assignment was clear. Yeah, I understood the assignment the whole time. Now, what I was doing, and I will admit, I was being mischievous. And the part that I will note to this is that, yes, you're right. It is an American thing to kind of look back at it like it was a proud thing. But the one thing I do tell that I told my younger brother, and I told him to get married right away, I said, when I look back on it, I got lucky. All of that fun could have turned me into could have turned me into a divorced single father or whatever, that type of arrangement. So yes, I'm one of the lucky ones, right? And it's not really appropriate, like you said. So I have no problem being called out on that. That it's not appropriate to be being so casual with your escapades that way. But the one thing I will be realistic about is a lot of dudes out here, we did get lucky. Because one of the things that I feel like is bad when women do it is that it depends on the type of fun you're talking about, because women don't usually make it out of that fun phase unscathed. They usually get a baby out of it. Right. So
And I wanted to
that's what
speak
I
on your
mean
guys'
by
point about modern men and traditional men. I was listening to you guys. I'm sorry, I was just listening to you guys and taking mental notes. You guys were speaking about modern men and traditional men. I believe, in my view, that men have stayed more traditional than women. I believe the people who have changed the most have been women. I believe that men still keep the same values almost, except for the whole, like going 50-50 on the bill and all of that. These are the modern things that men have started doing. But I believe most men are still very traditional in that most men still want to take care of the family. They still want to be the provider. They still do their roles, and they don't complain about their roles like women do. The difference is the women. The women have changed. The women don't like their place. The women didn't like their roles. So that's my view on that.
I agree.
But
I
can
think
I respond?
agree.
Can I respond to what
And
you were
just to
saying?
add a
Can we
little bit on to that,
can we just stay in order?
I wanted to answer your question, Trigger Mike.
Yes, please do.
You just talked for 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Amir.
Well,
Answer the
I was
question real
listening
quick.
to you guys for 20 minutes. I was just listening to you, and I just responding to what you guys
Go
were
ahead,
saying.
Amir. What percentage of modern women are actually wives? Amir, are you going? Or are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I can't.
Excuse the
I
parliamentarian. He's
Relax,
impatient.
John.
He needs the dialogue. He must be driving right now.
I can't, because what are you saying? You just said modern women. Which percentage of modern women are wives?
Women.
Most.
So you just said that women have changed.
I don't know.
They
Is a
have.
good answer.
Those women that have changed and that are 100% immersed in this new style of living, new style of interacting with men, new style of birthing children out of wedlock. What percentage of them are actually wife material?
Most women today have not been taught, have not been raised up to be wives. So I would say, objectively, about 20%, maybe 10, 20. I don't know. It's low. It's low, I would say. Just because of nobody has been trained here to be a wife. Most women don't understand. From what I've heard, when I listen to women talk, it doesn't seem like they know what it means to be a wife.
Okay. All right. ESO hopeful. Is that how you say that? SO or ESO?
My fault. That's a little background right now. Give me a second.
No doubt. I'll go to Humble.
Hey, can I?
Who's that?
Let's go around the horn, man.
Yeah, let's go around and then Humble.
Can you repeat the question again, sir?
What percentage of modern women are actually wives? Please explain.
You see, for me, I say those women that have kids, most of them are wives, but they decide to do their own thing. They decide to listen to the wrong people, and they went the wrong way. So for me, I say, if you think that marriage is a contract and not a commitment, you don't deserve to be a wife.
Okay.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say about 93.9% of percentages are made up on the spot. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, you know what I mean? All of them are wives. If you marry them, you know what I'm saying? If you want to look, if you marry them, she a wife, right?
Yep.
Can I add something to you guys? Because I was listening to you guys. You want to know the percentage? The percentage of women that reach the age of 20 that are still virgin. I believe those are the percentage in the West that you have as wives. The ones that can reach the age of 20 as with their virginity.
Oh, damn.
So 0%, like I said.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's if we reduce women to just
in the
their
black
box.
community.
Oh,
If we reduce women to only their box, then yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing. In
All
the
right.
black
Hold on,
community,
y'all.
by the age of 18, And the black community, by the age of 18, over 60% of us can report sexual abuse. So that whole thing about
and that's a sad
Yeah, that
statistic
goes
right
for
there. But
men
let's not get
and
into
that
that
goes
all
for
right
men
now.
and women.
And we can do the same, love. Trust me.
Yeah,
I got
that
some
goes for
stories
men
for
you
you
and
know
too.
what
women.
I'm saying?
Especially if you was
I'm trying to. Whoa,
It's
A
not
lot
just
of
the
us
black
been
community,
touched
though.
before
that
that.
Guys, so
The
was
super
majority
chat,
of women that
super chat,
the
please, super
majority of
chat.
women
Drop
that
some
are losing their
$5, $10.
virginity aren't losing it to assault. The majority of women are
Yeah,
not losing it to assault. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
all right.
That's true.
So
That's just an
Riri,
excuse.
assault
speak
is
now.
very small percentage,
Yeah,
though.
it's
It's
very
very,
serious
very
too. It's very
small.
serious.
It's
And and and
very,
just for
very
the
small
record,
percentage.
hey, just for the record, I wasn't glorifying being a thought. I'm just being real with myself. I've been through 4 or 5 Freakniks in Atlanta, and it was from the age of
Oh no,
15. Yeah, exactly, from 15 to
I
20.
knew I recognized
So,
you from that clip.
oh yeah, but look, going through that is how I found my wife, because going through those different types of situations made me understood when I found this particular type of woman, that this is the type of woman that you settle down with, not those type of women. So I mean, I understand what y'all saying, but I was not glorifying it, and I was not proud of it, despite what BET Uncut used to try to make it seem like. But no, everybody don't glorify that. It's just an unfortunate stage that we have to go through as men, especially if we don't see it in our own households and things like that. So nah, I just wanted to put that out there. I never glorified my experience of being out there, but I'm just saying that is an experience.
And let me say this real fast. And it's not so much like, I understand a little chick gonna try to have her fun, bro. You might have you 5, 6 bodies or 10 bodies. But bro, when I meet you and you got 30 bodies, 45 bodies, and you only 25, that's a problem, bro. Period. That's just a problem, fam. Okay? So that's what I'm saying, Mirror. Like, yeah, I understand, yeah, I had my little fun. I had my little whole phase. Oh yeah, okay. How many bodies you got? 30. What? You got 30 bodies? What do you mean? Oh, it just won't never, it just won't never sit right with a man, bro.
Listen.
That's all.
I think now that we're talking about it, and this might be a side topic. In fact, I'll make it a. Let's keep going. I'm gonna make it
Yes,
a side
please,
topic.
let's go
Go
right
ahead,
on.
Mr. Rich.
Yeah, listen. There's very few. There's very few women who want to be wives, just like this, and there's a whole lot of men who don't want to be husbands anymore, but for different reasons, right? I mean, so the question is about women. There's a very small percentage. I mean, we see it all around us. A lot of women aren't really clamoring to be wives, and then there's the older women are telling them you could live your life without a husband, right? So people are really buying into that. So I mean, Amira is right though about men cavalierly talking about how we stroking the women before we settle down.
Mhm.
Even though because even that's different. The standard between men and women are different. It's not a double standard. It's a different standard, and women already understand that. But when you talk to a feminist who thinks that whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander, and a lot of especially black women have bought into the feminist tropes. They're saying if you could do it, I could do it, but they don't understand the damage that it does to them, much more than any damage that it does to us. So, so we got to be careful on how we say that. When I was looking for a wife, I cut off all women. If they didn't meet my criteria, I stopped smashing women until I found a woman I wanted, so I could clear my head.
100.
So that's how I did it. Anyway, let me land it there. Hey, John the Baptist, you up?
I'm rejecting all y'all Nigerian passports. All y'all passports get rejected. So
Why is that? Why is that?
the answer to the question, because y'all can't land no freaking planes and y'all don't know when to stop talking. So the answer to the question is 0% of modern women are fit to be wives. And my reason for that question, my reason for my answer is because to me, in my personal beliefs, modern women do not make good wives. And so
Damn.
therefore they should not be wives. I'm a traditionalist. I believe in traditional values and traditional ways, and I don't want a modern relationship. So therefore, 0% of modern women to me can be wives.
Well, we appreciate your directness on the Trigger Mike show. God damn. You got a
I'm going.
daughter, don't
I
you?
will
You
revoke.
got
I
a
will
daughter, don't you?
revoke your citizenship.
Hold on. You got a daughter, don't you, John the Baptist?
Yes, I do.
Are you this blunt with her?
Yes, I am.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right.
So
I will Trigger Mike. I will revoke his Nigerian citizenship. I will change his name.
I don't want to. I don't want to be Nigerian. I do not want to be Nigerian.
You gonna be there
Y'all
one
can.
day.
Y'all
You
cannot
gonna be
let.
there one day.
Nope.
We
Hey, look.
gonna be there
Let
one
something go
day.
down in America. He gonna be like, yo, Trigger Mike. Name, what's going on?
Y'all cannot land planes. Y'all cannot
this
land planes. Y'all cannot stay on topic. Y'all cannot answer the question. I do not want to
I'm
be a
gonna be
Nigerian.
pointing right at the airport, like deny his visa. Him right
I'll
there.
be like,
I'm not.
I'll be like, he's not welcome, man. Take him
Yeah,
out.
this guy right here.
Parachute.
He made 376 African jokes in one episode. Him right there. Deny his visa.
Deny.
All right, DD.
So, yeah. So this is what I'm gonna say. It's not.
And you're the captain.
Let Diana go. D go.
So this is one thing about life, right? Women don't have time. They just have to know that. Men have every time to play with until we're 55. Once we're 55, that's when reality hits a man. But still, at 55, we still have leverage at 55. Our money, 55 for a man, he has to have a lot of cash to pull women. At 40, you got to start having cash. At 45, yeah, some serious money. But at 55, you got to have cash. So that's the leverage a man has. But for women, your money will not save you. It don't matter if you're Oprah Winfrey. It's not going to save you.
No.
It's not going to help you out. So no matter the money you have, once you turn 35, is zero in a man's hand, in a man's eyes, except if you're dealing with a man you don't want, a man that doesn't have his at all. But if you're looking for the kind of man you want, you can't get him at that age. It's not going to happen. So I do tell girls this, you can only play for 10 years. 10 years is all you have. After 10 years, you're done, which means from 18 to 28. That's it. In fact, at 25, Kevin Samuel said that 27 is the danger zone. That's what Kevin Samuel said.
Danger zone.
That's
I
right.
agree.
But
sure
actually,
listen.
danger zone is not 20. It's not 27. It's 25.
It is.
It's not 27. It's 25.
It is. If you want to be real, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nature is 25. 25 is the cutoff mark. Once you get into 25, then you have another 5 years of grace. And that 5 years of grace is you can't get a man that you need because your preference ends at 25. Once you turn 25, you don't have preference anymore. But that is what they're finding it difficult to understand. They still want to have preference at 65. The hell told you can have preference?
Right. Just because they look all right, that don't mean
Right.
nothing.
But look at it this way. The reason why men marry women that are at the age of 30 that look good or 40 that look good is because most of the men that do that are mostly men that are simping to those women or men that don't even understand. Okay, put it this way. You know, some of these billionaires or millionaires that you see that deal with older chicks are mostly guys that are married at very young age. And guys that weren't really exposed. They weren't really exposed.
Nah, for real.
They weren't really, because guys that are exposed, right? Guys that are exposed will not deal with a woman that is older when they have money. They want them younger. That's life.
We
All right, cool. What's the
know
next question?
we know that OG. It's
Yeah.
just the women seems to not understand that. We know. We're men.
Right.
We know.
Youth and vitality. Especially if we don't
Right.
have kids, we want somebody who can have kids. Like you can't
Right.
have no
Like
kids and no 38-year-old. I mean, you can, but no.
Down
You don't want.
syndrome, all type
Yeah.
of stuff going on.
I mean, but not only that, if you really care about this woman, you don't want to see her die on the table giving your baby, giving birth to your baby at no 38 years old. Like that's a
Come on now.
dangerous, that's a
That's a
Man.
dangerous
situation.
thing.
That's a dangerous
Yeah.
situation,
So
bro.
just to even, I don't I don't really take a lot of stuff seriously, but one of the things that scares me, well, let me not say I don't take it seriously. We're just talking casually, mostly on YouTube, giving our opinion and our viewpoint. But one of the things that like literally is disgusting me is the way women are talking about birthing children after 40.
Right.
Like it's what's best for the child. Like it doesn't take their chances of mortality that like women are having babies at 45 like it's scaring me. Like, yo, chill. That is not safe. It's not healthy. You will your chances of dying in the delivery room are dramatically increased. And the worst part is that you're not bursting the baby under healthy circumstances. Everybody in America is obese, high blood pressure. You don't eat well. You have the greatest chance of gestational diabetes, all of that. I'm like, yo, chill. Yeah.
Somebody playing something.
Somebody got a mute.
Hey, mute up, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
that
but
was
oh man, I forgot my point.
no, go ahead. All right.
No, I
Didi,
mean,
did you
no, go ahead.
go on next?
Amira got something. Amira want to say
No, I
something.
didn't go ask the question, but
What percentage of modern women are actually wife material?
I'm piggybacking off of Ekene and the other brother that was hopeful that was up here. The percentage that however many women they actually get married, and off of Ekene brother said there's some men who don't necessarily want traditional women. I honestly do believe that there's somebody out here for everybody.
Okay. All right. Let's get these super chats read. Appreciate everybody for sending those super chats through. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. We got an all-star panel tonight. We got Amira coming through showing love, Ikene, Stanley White, Didi, the parliamentarian John the Baptist is so impatient, rushing everybody off the goddamn panel. Mr. Rich in D-Town. Let's get these super chats read. Mr. Rich, $5 for the love of the game. We appreciate that. Queen Lady E, Trigger Mike, great show, great conversation. Appreciate that. Darius Horton, $10. We appreciate the love, sir. Mr. Chike Auto LLC, $20 from Humble. Salute to the panel. Great show. Thank you so much for sending those super chats through. They are always welcome. Keep on super chatting for this great conversation. I'm going to throw this next one up because this is important because Amira said it. And I'm like, all right, I understand when we have something we need to talk about that's more on the men's side. So this is a good topic for us to chop up as men, especially those of us who had an extensive hoe phase, Stanley. All right. Anybody can jump in on it. Is chastity important for men?
Chastity. Like to be a
Yes.
virgin?
Like virginity, like saving yourself and all of that.
Yeah,
Yes, it
Stanley,
Is
is.
please.
chastity important for
The
men?
man saving himself?
Stanley,
We
before
always
you
talk
go,
about it in relation to women, but is chastity important for men as well? Anybody can go.
just
Yes, it is.
before you guys go, I got to reply something that Didi just said. She misquoted me. Not every man is not every man is out there for every woman. Every woman. That is not correct. That's not what I said. I said that very low percentage of men will want women that are not traditional. And that's about 20%. That is still a very small percentage. So if you're thinking that there is a man for every woman out there, that is incorrect. There is none.
No, I didn't say you said that. I said the part that I said I was piggybacking off of the statement that you said that not every man wanted a traditional woman. I didn't misquote you.
It was your closing narrative. That's why I was trying to clarify. Because if you're thinking that there are men out there for every woman, there is none.
Okay, so what's the
All right,
question?
since we got that cleared up, is chastity important for men?
Yeah.
I mean, me and my wife had this conversation, and I spoke to her about my whole phase. You know what I mean? But she didn't she didn't look at me a certain kind of way. But on the other end, if her, I asked her about her body count when we was courting each other, and the number that she told me, I could live with it. Not only because of what the number was, but the fact that she didn't stumble, hesitate, or stutter when she said it. But I don't think it's more important on us as it is on the women, because we desire women have a low body count. I mean, a low body count means that she has a lot of respect for herself. A high body count means that she did not respect herself. But with
Mm.
us, if we have a high body count, that means we was out here trying to learn and navigate what this world is, because that's part of our nature, to learn how to get and keep
But
women.
then too, it showed, not to interrupt you, but it showed the
Mhm.
selection. If you was a guy that was able to
Facts,
get these type of girls and get your number up and stuff like that,
facts.
they was selecting you. You wasn't no lame, you wasn't no perv, you wasn't no weirdo stuff like that. Cause women wasn't doing that. But keep going, brother. That's all.
Nope, you are absolutely right, and that's what it was. It was like a training ground. How many women can I get? How, just basically, like I said, sharpening my sword, polishing off my game, and seeing how, how can I get these women, or how far can I get with these women. And it was just like a rite of passage. So we wasn't glorifying it, but it kind of was a rite of passage for us at one time, because as our culture, we don't really see the families growing up. We just don't see that, and we do have to find out the hard way how to be men, and that's just one of the ways that we do it. But we want our women to not be hoes. I know somebody said earlier that we like hoes, but no, I disagree. We do not like hoes. We use those for recreational purposes, but we don't like hoes. Just like we don't like fat girls. We use those for target practice. So don't get it misconstrued or confused.
Facts.
Damn, we don't like fat girls. Uh, I heard something like one of the most eloquent descriptions of this the other day, but I can't even remember at this point. All right, anybody can jump in. Is chastity important for men?
Yes, it is important. Trigger Mike. It is important, but as the word at man, look, when you back in the days when we was warriors and stuff, and you was chose to get a woman pregnant and you didn't get her pregnant, the mama used to get mad at you. You get what I'm saying? Because they used like it's bred in us to the person
Hmm.
that get women. You get what I'm saying? And then like this, Trigger Mike, men are nasty. We talking about sex, bro. Okay, I don't know how y'all get down, but so you telling me I want 30 dudes to do her that way? And no, it's way more important for a woman. Just keep herself, just like I said, on with five or six. But damn, why you gotta 15, 20, 30? Like, why you gotta be up there? That's what I'm saying. Like, you up there with numbers with men, and the access to you is supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be that easy, bro. That's just what it is, Trick Mike. You know what I'm saying? It'll never be like that. And I feel like women want to push this so bad, like it doesn't matter, but it's just something in our nature that can't even deal with it, Trigger Mike. It that in the panel, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Hmm.
So, are you done?
So
See
so
that? Are
coming
you done?
from
Wait. Well,
Yeah, I'm done.
all right. So let me go real quick because I'm not as lengthy as some of these other guys. Anyway, men chastity is important to men, but not for the same reasons why a woman's virtue is important to her. Right. So a lot of men achieve the things we achieve for the admiration of women. It's part of it. It's part of the things that we do for to differentiate differentiate ourselves from just the average dude, so we can have a better chance to procreate. So women really don't care how many bodies we have, but men should, because if you want to have a meaningful relationship, you can damage that by fooling around with too many women, because that might impede you to be a good husband and deal with the things you need to do, the challenges of a relationship, if you just could smash anybody. So it is some downdraft, but it's not the same as for a woman. But since we're talking about men, I was on a panel the other day where there's a guy, he's still a virgin, right? And he's looking for a woman who is at least kind of equally yoked so he can get
You
married.
trying to keep his name anonymous. You talk about Cheeky. He about the only damn YouTube virgin there is.
I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names. That's not for me to
Cheeky,
say.
bring your virgin ass up here.
So the point I'm trying to say is, so he's a chaste man, right? And he's living in this world trying to go ahead and find the kind of woman who's chaste enough for him to marry. But even he will concede that he may never find that virginal woman if he's going to stay in the West for sure. Forget about it. Yep. So anyhow, so yeah, chastity is important, but it's not the only thing for men. It's not because how women look at you, it's because how you're going to be able to deal with a lot of bodies. You find a man with 100 women or 200 bodies under him, he has a little bit of damage too. It's not that he can't recover, but he'll have some issues if he's stroking. If he's a gigolo, it's not going to be easy for him to have a meaningful relationship. Let me just land it there.
Our pain, all due respect,
because
100 bodies is the low end for these niggas out here, man.
Yeah.
All men ain't doing it like that.
So
I ain't saying everybody. I'm just saying this. I'm speaking from a 30-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all a little older, so y'all was a little different. But I'm saying my generation, bro. You find there's 100 bodies or low, 80, 50. That's a good dude.
One of my roommates.
That's a good dude, bro.
One of my roommates was at 350 when we graduated.
Come on, Trigger.
You're right.
Come on, fam.
How's his relationship status?
Come
How's he
on.
doing in a relationship?
Girls are out here 75, 80, 85 bodies.
Damn. Disgusting.
That's a lot of bodies.
Disgusting.
I got married at 27, so all the bodies.
I'll go ahead on this real quick because not only is it naturally it's important for women because that's your entire value, right? Mm-hmm. But one of the worst part about our culture is that it's marketed, and I think it's not a millennial thing because the 70s, like you listen to some of these old heads talk, they've been nasty since the boomers, man. The boomers were nasty. The 70s people were nasty. Yeah. But for some reason, yeah, exactly. And I think what it is that it went from just being something that people did in the dark to something women come out and are behaving super proud about, even if they get scorned, like even if they get a baby out of it, like they just don't stop. There is no shame in anything. Absolutely no shame in it. So that's, I think, where we went wrong. But on the men's end, and I want to tell a story about like one of my homeboys or even me. So for me, this is one of the reasons why I'll say yes. Deeply embedded was my upbringing that I needed to be married. And it's celebrated out here for you to be the dude that gets a lot of women. And one of the things that happened to me, because I told this story on Anton's show, it was Anton and Logic. And I was like, yo, I'm telling you, it was like I was scoring. I just moved to Houston. I was super slim. So that was like 40 pounds ago, right? Buff, you know what I mean? In my suit. That was a suit and tie era, right? So I'm in my blazer, nice express blazer out. I'm winning at the club. Any girl I wanted in there, I could take home. And then that morning, I'm sitting there looking like, I don't know if I'm like some kind of hopeless romantic or something. But that seemed, whatever we had going on and that woman like laying in my bed and I didn't even remember her name, that was too intimate for me. That was like the last straw. That was not who I was. Like something in me kind of was like, after being like a serial monogamous my whole life and having a girlfriend, I was like, this just ain't me. And I know a lot of dudes are like, yo, this joint, I could do that every night. I felt like I couldn't do it every night and have it come that easy. That would have changed me. And what I saw happen to my homeboy, who's this age and still not married, he said that he has had such luck with women, getting them to sleep with him, that he just realized that he damaged his chances of getting married because he no longer trusts that a woman won't be a hoe. He does not trust a woman to be traditional. He does not trust a woman to be Jay. He's like, now I'm rolling myself, bro. He's like, I've slept with married women. I've slept with.
Yep, that's what it be.
Yep, that's what it be. I no longer trust women. I was like, damn.
Right.
That's
I'm gonna tell
deep.
you, but I'm gonna tell you how that gets broken though, Trigger Mike. That gets broken by the woman showing you that I'm not these chicks over here. You
That's
know what I'm
true.
saying? I'm not this type, and that's what I had to learn from my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like she blatantly told me, "Hey, yeah, I'm not Keisha or whoever else. I'm me, and I'm not like that." And that's what made me say, you know what? This is worth me not going out there because a lot of my extra bodies that I accumulated was during my first marriage. Because like you say, it comes from a lot of trauma, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard a podcast earlier today. I think it was Israel Mill. But anyway, people don't talk about the sexual molestation that happened to boys. When they get dropped off to
Talk about it.
babysitters. Yeah, when they get
Talk
dropped off
about
to
it.
babysitters and things like that. And I'm
Yeah.
telling you, it took me, I think I was like 35 around the time where I realized that, damn, I was traumatized. That's why no woman couldn't satisfy me because of, what happened then. And like I said, at 15, when I, moved to Atlanta and being involved in all those freakniks, and that was a culture shock. They didn't act like that where I was in Columbia, South Carolina. Going down into Atlanta, seeing naked women on top of cars and the police right there next to them, not saying nothing, not arresting them, no nothing. Being in that culture and that environment, it was a lot of fucking going on. I'm talking
And just
about,
like you say, OG, you say you was 15. You wasn't even 21. You was
bruh,
15.
15. I'm talking about knocking down adults, women my age. Everybody was having sex. That's why I said, like, yes, it was disgusting and it was a culture, but that didn't stop
Uh,
me from getting married, and it didn't mess me up from getting married. Because, like I said, when I found a woman that was nothing like any of the women that I experienced, it was so refreshing, and I knew I got
But
to marry
but
you.
but, but guess what?
So hold
It
on,
comes
let
down.
me go.
It comes.
All right.
Okay. It comes down to what I said about
Mhm.
last week when we
Why
had
you
this
ain't
show
go,
last
John the
week.
Baptist?
Oh, Johnny Baptist. Oh, go ahead.
So what I was gonna say is that it's very important that men remain virgin until marriage
Huh?
because what happens is
he said what?
I agree with that. I agree. Go ahead.
it's very
Go ahead, G.
important that men
I agree.
it's very important that men stay virgins to marriage and not go out and try to prove yourself a man by having sex because it does what it does is this. When you take the promiscuous route of trying to sleep with every woman you can sleep with, you create the problem that you're now dealing with by not being able to find a woman that is chaste. So you're actually creating your own problem by trying to knock off as many as you can get. So
But
now you
what's the
start looking for
problem?
because now when you look for a
Hoes. Too
wife,
many hoes. No, not enough
now when you
wives.
now when you look for a wife, you can't find a
Mm.
wife because you just turned all the wives into what y'all call them 304s.
But
So
we
if
hold
if
on, but
if you
not not to cut you off, but we don't turn them into that. They control sex.
That's
They
right.
men, okay,
control it
so you
A
you
lot of
okay,
us
so
are having
hold
sex
on,
with y'all
hold
trying to
on, hold
secure
on,
commitment.
hold on, hold on,
because
hold on,
y'all
hold
because
on,
y'all are
hold
gullible. But
on,
go
hold.
ahead.
God Almighty, boy. So listen,
Mhm.
what y'all are doing is like you're speaking from a mindset where women control society.
No, just
Traditional
sex.
men, God Almighty,
Just sex,
Let him
not
finish.
society.
Go
Just
ahead,
sex.
John.
Mhm.
you're speaking from society that you're speaking from a situation where women control sex. Men speak, traditional men speak, men control the society in general. So it's not just sex. We control sex. We control marriage because men. If you go to especially Orthodox, if you go to Eastern culture, men determine when a woman is a wife or when a woman is a 304 because they don't let their daughters and their wives run around freely. They don't give them the rights to run around freely. In America, what we have done, we've accepted the attitude that we're going to just have sex with no repercussions. We're just going to make it all wide open. And now that you're looking for a wife, you can't find a wife because your behavior did not create wives. Your behavior created the situations you're now dealing with. So it's very important that yes, we know that you can get women, but what shows more discipline is that you can have the discipline to be a powerful man, but still have the constraint to hold yourself. So when you get ready to find a wife, you can find a wife. Part of the reason why you can't find a wife now because you done turned every woman that you're looking for into a 304.
Use
So
a
at
hoe.
I mean,
so
I
at
got a
what
wife, so I mean, they probably talking to
no
them.
no when I say you, I'm
Mhm.
speaking you and when
Yeah,
I
I
say
know.
you, I'm
In
speaking
general.
in
Hmm.
Let's
general.
Hmm.
face it. Yeah.
And so
But
therefore sex before marriage doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit the woman. It actually doesn't benefit the woman. It doesn't benefit the man.
I can dig that.
John the Baptist, we're not gonna give you a visa to Nigeria, man.
I don't want your visa.
Access denied. Access denied. We're gonna deny
Access
him
denied, man.
for access denied. We're
Okay,
gonna do that.
okay.
But because
Cause
I
Santonio,
like
look,
Yeah,
I
but
cause
like
look,
what
But
John,
Santonio,
John
cause
is
you
look,
good,
saying.
John the
brother.
but
Baptist,
y'all
okay,
can live,
so
cause you
right.
know they fucking over there in Africa.
but y'all can live, with y'all reprobate mind though. But when you live with a reprobate mind, you get what you get. You get the consequence of your choices. These and now you
Yeah.
dealing now you dealing with now you dealing with the consequence of your choices. What you see
I
now is
got
the consequence of your choices.
All
I gotta
right,
be
but
honest with you. What you just
mm,
said right now makes a lot of sense. Even though I was joking with you, what you said, I got is very damaging to both sides. The thing is that men naturally we have got to have experience better than their women. Men naturally don't have to be what do they call it, virgin, but women naturally have to be virgins to come into the marriage. Yes, civilization has taken that away to a certain extent, right? But uh if you as a man exceeds 5 women, get into that 10 women, right? I'm sorry for my camera. If you get into
no, you
that
good,
10
bro. Keep
women
going.
stuff, if you get into that 10, number 10, you are actually messing up yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
It's traumatic. I don't care how you think about it. It's traumatic. It's traumatic because as a man, I've gone through that. I got through that when I was I would say when I was
10, 20,
maybe like
30, 30,
in my
50.
20s, yeah, getting into my 30s. I was confused,
Oh
man.
shit.
I was really confused. I was
Stanley,
like,
don't
what the
keep a straight face. D-Town, don't keep a straight face. Y'all niggas over
yeah.
there like
That,
I was like,
hey,
10 times what?
yeah,
right, for real.
I was like,
You
what am
damage
I
to the
doing?
10th power.
You know?
Right, I
I
know.
was like, what am I doing? And then I was confused. And it got but one thing about men, when you see us getting that confused, we want to get into a relationship. And when we get into it, we don't want to come out anymore because
Mm.
we love to be in relationship. Whatever people think, right? The percentage of men that don't want relationship is very low.
Oh
Very,
yeah.
very low.
Oh yeah.
Very, very low. Most men just want, whenever we get into something, we want to be there until we are moved. If we don't get moved, we're not going nowhere. That is why we hate to get, even if we don't even feel our, because one thing women think is this: women always think that men have to love them to be in a relationship. We don't have to love our wives. We don't have to. Most of the time, men are not even in love with their women. What we do is that we love that's being with her. We love the fact that she's there. We love that we have somebody to protect. We have somebody to provide. We have somebody to spend our energy for. That's
Hmm.
where we find our strength and solace.
All right.
Men need to be
Anybody else
needed,
want to
and
go on?
women
Yeah.
don't feel like they
Let
needed.
me say this. It brings confusion when you have too many bodies, men and women. You're gonna be confused. You don't know what you're doing, and there is something we don't talk about. Soul tie. When you have too much body, we don't. I'm not qualified to talk about the soul tie because it goes into biblical definitions and all that. So when you have too many bodies, so many men and women don't know the reason why they're acting crazy this because they don't even know what spiritually, they don't even know what they have inside of them. All these
Nut.
bodies they're having, like all these
But
too many bodies and all this stuff. So, and it is dangerous. I will give you one example. This stuff happened to me. It happened to in my own marriage. When I got married to my wife, I can't believe that I was comparing my wife with my ex. I was comparing my wife with my ex. So one day I just sat down. Something just clicked. It just clicked on my head. I was like, do you want your ex or you want your wife? Do you want your ex or you want your wife? Because now I was like, she don't do the way she don't do like this, the way my ex did it. She don't know. It clicked on me. I was like, yo, what are you doing, man? This is your wife. This is where you want, whatever you want her to be, you teach her what you want, anything you want her to do for you in the bedroom and everything, you show her what you want. And it dawned on me, I was like, damn, you see this too many bodies and all this stuff, it is damaging. It's real damaging on both sides, both men and women. Not only on women's side, but men too. It's really, really damaging on both sides.
So I would agree. So I'm gonna agree with that simply because it's not even like you don't even have to damage a woman through meaningless sex. It can be through like relationships. You know, I had a on and off relationship that lasted way too goddamn long. And one of the reasons I feel like it lasted as long as it did, it was toxic as it was because the one thing we never wanted to give up was sex. It's like no matter what we're feeling about each other in the relationship arena, we had that part in common. And that way we were perfect. And literally that made such a toxic bind that I would literally be with someone else and this woman's like whole face would take the shape of this other woman's face. And right when I started to let her go for real, like leave, I left, moved to a different state, started my life in a different way. And that didn't happen anymore. What I realized is that she began trying to ruin my new relationship, which actually ended up becoming my marriage and my wife, because she still had that type of thing going on. And then she admitted to me, like, I do not care who you with. Like it made like I really somehow feel like I'm responsible for making her crazy. The stuff she was saying out of her mouth, you are mine forever. I don't care who you with. I don't care if you're in a relationship, but if you're married, you belong to me. I was like, what? Like I'm whole engaged out here. What are you talking about? But that when you said that stuff makes her crazy, I start to believe it when I'm reminiscing on like the things that she was saying. I'm like, do you hear yourself? That's like almost demonic to be saying that. But I think you're right about that. E-Man, what's going on, bro?
What's up, brother?
We create our own problems.
We do.
So yeah, so I agree with John. John was on to something when he said that men don't supposed to have sex before marriage. I don't know about the end because I got cut off. But what people don't realize is that we teach men that they should be out here just doing whatever, and then they're supposed to find this woman, they're supposed to settle down, and they're supposed to be faithful. I think it's proven based off facts and data that if you have one partner, being able to bond to that person, being loyal to that partner is a lot easier than the person that have multiple partners. So I don't think we're supposed to be out here just doing it. Now, was I a virgin before I got married? No, but I didn't know any better. But I think as we start teaching the next generation, I would want my daughters and my sons to say to themselves, so when they do decide to be able to have sex with that woman, they don't have anything else to measure it. Even married men, they won't agree with it, but you measure that up with exes that you done had sex with. When they slept, especially the first time you slept with your wife or the first time you slept with them, you had an idea of that woman who sucked your dick from the back, that woman who did some crazy stuff, that woman that did that crazy stuff to you.
I never had that before.
I disagree.
I disagree with that too.
I disagree. Yeah,
I disagree as well.
So you both of you guys was out there. Y'all did some very exotic things with women. And you think you didn't compare it at all to your wife?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, just real quick. I'm gonna tell you the truth. A lot of the stuff that I did out there in the street, I would never do to my wife. I would never do to my wife.
No. Let's be honest. A lot of things you did out the street, your wife wouldn't let you do. That's what you mean.
She'll let me do whatever. But I
we
don't
being real.
know, but like, yeah, just like comparing to that. But hold on, but let me finish. No, just let me finish real quick, because
let me
to be honest, no, but you put the question out there, bro.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
No,
but look,
late.
but now seriously though, the things that I don't do those type of things, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Like I don't perform with my wife the way I did with them certain chicks out there in the street. I'm sorry. It's and I don't know what it is. Maybe because I don't want to see her in that light or something like that. But it's not the same.
Do y'all hear how crazy this sound? Do y'all hear how crazy this sound?
I'm just saying, it's what it is.
So okay.
I
So
don't want that from my wife.
So let me jump in on this, right? Let me jump on this, right? Let me jump in on this.
Come on with it.
And okay, and I don't want to get as twisted as you were trying to say stuff. Like, I don't know what twisted stuff you done outside of shit. I ain't trying to get into all that. But this what I want to say. The bedroom of a marriage bed is never defiled. What is defiled though is marriage outside of the wedding, outside of the wedding vows. And so whatever you do in the bedroom under a marriage covenant, that's when you're sacred and holy. But what we're doing, we have such a reprobate mind now that we think outside the bedroom is actually acceptable. But inside the marriage, inside the bedroom, it's defiled. And I don't know how you make sense of this.
Look, I get all that. I understand what you mean by all that. There's nothing off limits supposedly in a marriage. Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, when you have with your wife, it's just certain things that, I'm just speaking for me. It's just certain things that I wouldn't do with my wife that I have done to other women.
I agree with you. I agree. What I'm saying, what I'm saying to you,
making them suck somebody else juice off me, things like that. I wouldn't do that to my wife.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. There's certain things you shouldn't do with your wife, right? But I'm saying if you shouldn't do it to anybody.
No, it's getting done. But I mean, how can I knock it unless I tried it? You feel what I'm saying?
If you don't, okay. So I don't have to jump out of a plane without a parachute to know that it's dangerous or that it's not good.
I gotta jump into some pussy to know it's good though. I'm sorry.
And that's why we create the problem that we deal with right now. I'll let y'all rock with that one though.
But it's not a problem because a lot of times. But look, a lot of times we don't even remember the females that we slept with if we knew their names in the first place. I know that's bad. I know that's bad. I'm not saying that's not bad.
Yeah,
what I'm
saying is, I try to write them all down.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's not bad. But what I'm saying is, as a man, how can I have a traumatic experience from somebody I don't even remember?
So hold on.
That's all I'm saying. Like, it's not the same for men and women. Women are receivers.
You don't remember, but does she remember?
I don't give a fuck. That's her. Well, then that's something that she got to deal with.
I want to talk to Mr. White. Mr. White, so you telling me that you feel like you have not had, it was nothing negative you got out of being in them streets before you got married? It was no negative. It was all positive, uphill. Because that's how you paint this picture.
No, I didn't. I never painted the picture like that. I didn't say that. I told you it was trauma which made me go through that. That was me living out my trauma. Hold on. But okay, and part of the question was, do you expect, or do you like the guy said, he was looking at his ex-wife and what her ex-wife did in comparison to what his wife did. I can't do that because my wife is not my ex-wife. So I had to give my wife grace and understand that, damn, she is not going to be able to keep up with the amount of sex that I've had. So I'm not even going to expect for her to keep up with that type of sex or that amount of sex. So no, it didn't bother me per se personally, being that I had a whole lot of experience and she didn't, because I had to give her that grace that she didn't have that experience, that she wasn't going to just jump up and be a super porn star for me. But that comes with understanding in a marriage.
Stanley, check this out. Stanley, check this out. I gotta be honest with you, right?
You don't have to be close to the mic. You can back up a little bit from the mic.
Please do.
Oh, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Men will always go for women with less experience if they have that opportunity to.
I agree.
The reason why most men settle with women with like 3 or 4 is because they can't find the good ones, or they don't have the good ones around them. As soon as they find that
I
good
wouldn't
one,
suggest nobody. Yeah,
they're
but
gone.
not to cut you off, I wouldn't suggest nobody to settle down with no 3 or 4. That's
Absolutely
a
not.
recipe for disaster.
Yep.
No, this is the point that I'm making is I think that you being out in the streets is nothing that you could bring into your marriage. I think if anything, it brings more hurt in the marriage than it brings anything good. Can
How
y'all at
so?
least agree with that? Or
No,
y'all disagree?
I disagree, but how so?
Well, first of all, I think
I think it's right. I think you're right for women, but not as much for men.
for men too. So, for
No,
example,
I think you're
There's no,
right,
there's
bro.
no equivalency. There's no
well,
equivalency.
I'm about to explain to you why it's equivalency.
No, it's
So
not.
the reason that a lot of men actually cheat in marriage, I know y'all might not agree with it. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
reason
true.
is the reason that they cheat in marriage is because they have already had an appetite of being with multiple women. So if a
Yeah.
guy been on this earth for 30 years and he was able to go crazy, it's mentally he can, most. I get Stanley is one of a kind, right?
No,
Stanley said
you
he
have some validity. You right.
No, that's true.
but
That's
That has
actually
some,
scientifically
that
proven.
has a lot of validity to it.
Oh, that's
most
been
men,
proven.
it's definitely been proven by data. Most men can't change that. Like most men can't say, okay, let me just stop and let me just go to monogamy. If we teach our kids to be monogamy throughout their whole life, going into marriage, that's not something they would have to relearn at 30, 35. And that's the point that
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
arguing that point. You said trauma. You said trauma. I don't think a man being promiscuous is trauma. You're saying he had too many bodies, and that's what I already mentioned that part. That men who have multiple bodies have issues with bonding to one woman when
But
you
no,
get one.
hey, Mr.
But
Sir, are you saying that a man seeing another woman face while he's having sex with is no trauma?
no. You keep moving the
That's
I never
trauma.
goalposts.
said that. Yeah, I
I didn't
never
say
said that.
I
I
didn't
don't
say
do
that.
that.
You keep moving. You keep putting these new things on there. You said the
I ain't
guy.
said
What
that.
I agree with is that if a man marries a woman because he thinks he got all of those bodies out of his system,
Right.
remember guys used to say, I can get married now because I got it out of my system. I
That was
automatically
me.
tell them, no, you didn't. When
That
you
was
marry a
me.
woman, you have to make a conscious choice more than once that you're going to be faithful to her. It's a constant, you're going to always have to make that choice. And
Every
that's what
day.
it is. It's always a choice. But I don't call that trauma. But I do understand that the more chaste the guy is, the easier it is for him to do that. We had that comment. We had that question before. So I don't disagree with what you're saying in total. But all these little other things you're putting on it, I
No,
don't know.
I just think a man is trauma. If a man is with a woman and he's seeing another, see, I get what you trying to like. I'm trying to my in that situation that would be defined as trauma, right? If he's seeing her when he ain't looking for her,
Yeah, he got a real issue if he's doing that. Yeah.
yeah.
Look,
So
let me say
that's the
something.
point that I'm making is I get that you can say that the guys that you know or based off the people you know they didn't have trauma, but I know dudes who have had trauma because of that. They can't get that out their system. It's just mentally. It's like I went to being with a different woman, 2-3 times a day. How am I going to go to a point where I'm only with one person, maybe once or twice
That
a
guy
week?
shouldn't get married
But
until he has.
like I said, I had to understand that I had to give my wife grace. You can't compete with the 3-4 women a day that I used to mess with. You ain't number one person. That's something that I had to consciously in my mind come to an understanding and realization. That's just realness. If I don't do that, then this is gonna fail because I'm putting too much on her that she can't handle.
D-Town is what we call a slore. 3-4 women a day.
Discipline.
That's
Personal
slore
discipline, man.
numbers.
So Stanley, so you said if you can go back and do it all over again, you saying you would live the same life and give your wife the man that you were when you got married?
I mean, I wasn't. See, that's the thing, I wasn't that man then. And if I hadn't gone through those experiences, because I can tell you an interesting story how I met my wife. I had 2 choices at the same time. It was one who was a pastor's granddaughter, and it was my wife. And I met both of them in the church. The pastor's granddaughter, on our first interaction, it wasn't even a date. Her question to me was, "How do you like your dick sucked?" The one that I did marry, she wasn't even on that kind of time. You know what I'm saying? She was actually kind of like prudish, you know what I'm saying, so to speak. And the crazy thing about it is, with all those experiences, you would have think I would have shot to this thought right here who really ready to suck me up immediately. But no, I made a conscious decision that I don't want that. I already know where that's gonna lead to. Nothing. This is nothing. But I want to build with this because she don't, she got few bodies and she's been in college. Having less than 10 bodies and you went to college for 4 years, I salute you. Because I was in Atlanta. I went to Atlanta. I've seen chicks get 10 bodies in one night. So
that's ill. Yeah. But no.
So you see, so the standards that we accept now, because we decide to live with foolishness in society. We actually think that 10 bodies for anybody is good. Come on, let's not.
No, I'm not saying that's good. That's terrible. But what I'm saying is,
go to a party. Hold on. But what I'm saying is, we're talking now that this is acceptable in today's time.
No,
they pushing it in mainstream. Mainstream media made this
not acceptable.
How can y'all tell women? Listen, I don't understand. Maybe the men can help me understand this. How can you tell women to be virgins if you still sleeping with them?
How can you tell women to do anything? That's their box. They're gonna throw it wherever they want to throw it. They're gonna do. They're gonna do with their thing what they want to do. So
but women control sex. They're right though. So the way I'm gonna tell it to my son, I'm just gonna explain it because it wasn't explained to me this way. But if I had to do it over again, I would have did it completely differently. So the weird part was I always knew who I was. I was a serial monogamous. That's why I don't even understand how I got as many bodies as I did, and I was always in a relationship. And the one thing that I'm glad I did was detach myself from being so overly focused on sex. It's going to drain you. You can either be focused on life or focused on sex. You can't really do both. And like men think, like there are men who are literally focused on a purpose and they can pass on women because women will always be there. And when they're ready for one, they'll be like, bring your ass over here. When I started to learn how to do that, I became better at everything. I became more attractive to my job prospects and all of this type of stuff because there's a level of focus that comes with that. And the one thing I think most men are afraid to grapple with is that how could I possibly be pleased by one woman? Well, if you don't focus on it, how the hell would you ever know? Because we are only thinking that we need to be fulfilled from sex. I found a new level of liberation by being fulfilled by other things. I literally can sit my ass down in the house now on Friday night without going to go chase no goddamn tail. That is a wonderful goddamn feeling. And the reason why I feel like most men need to do this, and I know it's going to be hard, but you know what left with all these women that, you left in the background, what also left? Anxiety. Ain't nobody texting me talking about something they late on none of that, all of that anxiety, bro, that you used to get, like, it all left. So I'm cool with that. I learned to find new ways of fulfillment. I learned how to love the woman I got. Hell, if she tired or not, I'm waking her ass up out to sleep. Like you see what I'm saying? So
I got this question for the men, Trigger Mike, because this is gonna tell the truth on how y'all men really think, right? So if you got daughters, do you want your daughters to be with the guy who done slept with a whole bunch of women, or you want your daughter to be with the guy who don't have as many bodies or no bodies at all?
The guy with the least amount of bodies.
Trigger Mike, this question,
it depends on where his headspace is.
The question E-Man just asked does not even determine how the man going to be in the next 20, 30 years.
Exactly. It depends on where his headspace is.
Even if you're 3 or 4, and his character matters a lot.
He said condoms are pulling out.
I disagree.
Are we still old talking about pulling out? That shit don't work.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because
Why
the
do you
reason
disagree?
why
like I said, I'm
the
a
reason
prime
why I
example of
disagree
why
is
that
this.
don't work.
I support
One mic,
E-Man
guys.
on this one. The reason why I kind of said that what I'm trying to say is this, right? That is why, as a father, you have to vet the man, not your daughter. You gotta
Oh, of
vet
Right.
him.
course.
So
Yeah.
if you vet him and then you find out that he's been there, done that, you don't want that for your daughter.
Okay, let me
You
ask you
don't
this
want
question
you don't
again.
want your daughter. You don't. I don't give a damn if the guy is going to be.
Let me
He's
let
going to
me
be.
let me
He's going to
ask
be
you
good
let me
next
ask you this
year. No,
question.
it's not going to marry my daughter. That's why
Let
I
me
vet
ask
my
you this
daughter.
question. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this question now.
Mhm.
I'm not I've had buddies before I got married to my wife.
Yeah.
You too, you've had buddies before you got married to your wife. But
Uh-huh.
you're not gonna tell me that your wife's father gave you out to the daughter because you're a virgin. Nah,
Thank you.
No. We're not talking about
you're not gonna say
virginity.
that.
No, that's
We
not what
Thank
we're
talking
you.
No,
talking
about
no, no,
about.
no.
choice.
I'm
So you
talking
know
about
what?
because you're pure.
No.
Hold on, hold
Because
on,
you're
humble.
no,
Hold on,
no,
humble.
That's
no,
not
Hold
what
on,
I'm
humble.
saying.
Hold on.
No, I don't support. If it's
Let,
virginity,
let
I don't
me let
support
me
that one.
try to clarify because I think I said it. There's a different because it's not about a man being well, a preferred virgin, but it's not about a man being a virgin. But remember, I tried to say it. A man can only be focused on so much. It is very easy to see the behaviors between a man who's focused on ass and chasing tail. He does not have the level of focus on of a man that's focused on one woman. Like
Yeah.
you can go out to what is the spot I used to go to? The St. Regis. You can go to these bars like where the rich men hang out, where the businessmen, the investment brokers, and all these type of men hang out. The ladies are seeing these men in these nice Brioni suits. You will see this dude. A woman will run her hand down the side of his suit. He will take her hand and move it on to the other side. Like, get the hell on. I didn't choose you, so don't put your hand on me. And sometimes you look at these dudes. I've been watching very closely since I was in my 20s. Like, it's not that he's gay. It's not that he don't want the woman. When he's ready, he's a serious man. He's focused on talking on this networking opportunity. She gonna be over there when he's ready to go over there and talk to her. There's a level of seriousness with men that don't chase tail. That seriousness will present itself in all aspects of your life. How you treat that man's daughter, how you work on behalf of your family, and all of that. That's all I'm saying. That's where I think it really should.
That's character. That's character. That's not all on body count. It's not based on
Yeah,
body count. That's
that's
character.
character.
It's not
It
based
can
on
be.
body count. It's not
So
based
listen,
on body count.
Character is body count. Body count is character.
No.
No,
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 it's
I
not.
understand.
No, it's not.
We are going to
I
Oh, we got
disagree on
understand.
another
that.
I
host.
It's not.
We got
I
another
understand.
resident host telling on
No,
himself.
No,
no.
I
I'll
understand,
disagree
but
on.
It's
I'll
not.
this
disagree
is
with you on
why.
that.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? If you know as a father that the man that is coming to marry your daughter is somebody that deals with multiple women, do you know what that is to your daughter? That's HIV, that's AIDS, that's syphilis, that's herpes.
Gonorrhea, that's
No, that's
chlamydia.
gonorrhea. You see what I'm saying? The fact that you didn't contact those things doesn't mean that the man would not. Because you may have
Okay,
been careful wearing condom doesn't mean that the man will be careful. So you got to be careful what you tolerate. No,
okay.
that person
no,
cannot marry my
but
daughter.
so let me hop in here just a second. So what I'm saying is that it's crazy that I can hear other fathers that say that they wouldn't have their daughter's best interest. And I think this is why some daughters don't want fathers to choose for them. Like for men to be on here saying, I'm not gonna choose the best option for my daughter is completely crazy to me.
Who said that?
I got to
We choose.
okay. Iman, right? What you just said right now didn't add up. You know why?
It
I'll
didn't
tell you
even
why it
add
didn't
up.
add up. Most
I'm
women don't even want
confused.
their dad to vet. If their dad is good at vetting, they don't even want you to vet their man because guess what they do? That's why we have all these girls that are pregnant, even the ones that live with their
That's
father, still
that's
end
not
up
the point
pregnant.
that
You
I
know
was
why?
making. The point I
Because
made
they
is I
don't want
gave you
their
guys
dad
the
to vet for
option to
them.
choose. See, it's a difference. What I'm saying,
Okay,
I
I got
get
you.
I get that it's not the reality, but if your daughter came to you today and said, "Hey, I want your help. I want you this," and you don't even got her best interest, you're gonna go out there and get the dude who done went through 150 people, and you think now he about to be faithful. You don't have your daughter best interest.
Hold on, but I'd rather my daughter be with the dude that's at the end of his 150 than the one that's about to start his 150. Cause
No, see,
I don't know what you're talking about. Cause like I said, I'm a prime example of it. And I met my wife biological father, and I met the father that her mom was married to, and they both knew me. The biological father, he like, I got kids all over the United States. So one, I can't judge you, but both of them, whether they judge me or not, I've been the one taking care of their daughter for the last 14 years, despite how many bodies I got. So that's why I'm saying I don't understand what y'all talking about.
That
so
is what
it
a
sounds like
father,
they daddy can
that is
relate
what a
with you.
father wants. That is what a father wants for the daughter. Someone who's going to take care of the daughter.
That's character.
For a long time. Nobody's thinking about body. You can have body count even while you're in marriage. You can have body count even while you're in
they always
marriage.
think
There are
about it,
a lot of people.
Okay, so let me jump in. I got a daughter who's been with me since she was born.
Mm-hmm.
I would never want my daughter to marry some dude with a high body count, because the high body count, as someone said earlier, has a lot to do with character. You can't separate body count from character.
For no man.
No, it is for a man.
Not for a man, bro.
Hey, John, you're gonna ask him how many bodies he has?
John,
are you gonna ask him?
No.
No, you can't ask that question.
What we do in society, this is what we do in
All
society.
you can do is hope you give you the right number.
What we do in society is we make excuses for the decisions that we make. So when you decide to sleep with a bunch of women, you don't realize that you're destroying a bunch of women. And so by you destroying a bunch of women's character, morality, and their personal health, their mental health, you're not taking accountability for that. When you sleep with a woman and leave her, you just did damage to that woman. So you can't say this is not about. You cannot say this is not. Hold on. So you cannot say this is not about character.
I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you.
I didn't. Hold on. First of all, I wasn't talking.
He's gonna have.
So first of all, I went. First of all, I was.
I want to answer. Just answer that one question. You can
I'm not going to answer a question because I'm not going to answer a question. I'm in the middle of talking about something. You can't stop me when I'm talking. Then ask me a question in the middle of what I'm saying.
You get on the Africans' case for not landing. How about you landing?
Hold on. I wasn't even on here, but I wasn't even on here for 10 seconds.
Go ahead, John.
I know. So just don't do that, son. Don't do that. So yeah.
Son.
So basically, what I was saying though is you can't separate it from character. It is all about character.
So you're gonna ask Guy how many bodies he has or not?
Yes.
Yes or no? I want John to answer that. He's the one talking about that.
I answered the question. Listen, I think if you vetting for your daughter and you don't know his past sexual history or the type of women he normally choose, you're failing.
Are you gonna take my daughter serious or not? Period.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck how many folks you dealing with. Because I can't
say this. You know what I'd be more concerned with? I'd ask the guy if he's on the down low. Because now he could kill my daughter.
Exactly.
I'd be more concerned if that asshole was on the down low.
Hey, that is very important. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Somebody very close to me is notorious for choosing rainbow dudes. Yeah. Like 2 of her boyfriends have ended up being, and look, my younger brother has met the person, and then he's like, yo, I don't know why she like these dudes, like the sensitive side of male, but and then I'll be like, there's no way. Of course, it'd be like, no, I think she likes him like that, and then they come out being rainbow.
You know the crazy part, because I've been listening to dudes in these space talk, and I've been hearing people say women should get married young. So your daughter young, she's 24, 23 years old. And you saying that she was gonna get with a man that got all these bodies by this age just because he can take care of her. I think that is crazy.
Nobody said that. You
guys said nothing about taking
You making shit up, man. Nobody says.
Let me get y'all final thoughts because my ass is tired. I'm about to go to bed.
All right, final thoughts. So let me give my final thoughts. Okay, since I'm talking. Hey, listen, you guys are making shit up as you go. Everybody. I have 2 daughters. I want the best for them. And if they bring their son, matter of fact, one did bring a guy to me, right? We had family dinner with his family and all that kind of stuff. He was a cool dude. One of the things I did was he was in the service, just getting in. He said he wanted to go skateboarding, right? With my daughter, he wanted to go skateboarding. He was on leave. And I told him, you can't go skateboarding. You're still, going through boot camp. Suppose you get hurt, right? And what my test was he going to listen to me or not? He was just meeting me. They didn't go skateboarding because he listened to me because I made sense. So he at least had some discernment. I said, you're still going through big. So he was a nice guy. It didn't work out, but you could only put tests on there. But you know what I didn't ask him? I didn't say, well, man, how many girls have you had sex with before my daughter? I'm not going to,
you ain't
come
gonna
on,
get
it's
the
just,
truth.
maybe I could have asked him that, but it's stupid. Just like, what I was going to ask a woman, hey, how many dicks did you have? You're going to, first of all, they're going to lie. So listen, there's other ways to get discernment out of somebody other than just asking them their sexual partners. I mean, come on. I would have more, like I said, I would have been more prone to say, listen, do you like taking it in the butt? If you do, then you can't have my daughter if you're in the down low. I can say that out loud.
I mean, I think that's cap.
Hey,
I don't
Trigger
think y'all just gonna haul off and ask anybody that.
But the Trigger Mike, I know it's final thought.
Your daddy tripping. What the fuck wrong with
hold on. I know it's final thought, Trigger Mike. But I just gotta ask you this question. Hey, Trigger Mike, I said you think it's good leadership that that man was listening to some random man give him advice about his life? That guy that he gave advice not to go skateboarding?
Yeah, I think
it's an example.
I think so.
I don't think so.
It's one example.
Wait, hold on. Aren't you supposed to impress upon your daughter's choice, or
No. I'm not saying him as a father. I'm saying this young man who decided that he want to go skateboarding. He decided that he ain't gonna go skateboarding. I think it didn't work out because he had no backbone. He should have told you, man, I decided I'm gonna go skateboard. I'm going skateboard.
Okay, and he keeps asking me for my daughter's hand in marriage. You gonna do something stupid and get hurt?
That's not stupid.
It is stupid. Every day you just moving the goalpost. The point is that he could have went skateboarding.
I actually don't think so. I think what he was doing is, especially if he was younger. I think your daughter's in her 30s.
Younger.
Yeah, they was younger.
He's in boot camp.
Have a tendency to be reckless, and that's something that a father figure tends to do. He implemented logic. And the fact that he followed that logic doesn't mean that he necessarily acquiesced. He might have just agreed with the logic.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Trigger Mike.
So Trigger Mike, you
a regular man would discern where
How many times has your dad been talking to you and you be like, you don't want to hear it because is he right? But you like, God damn, that shit makes sense.
So Trigger Mike, you think if you was to go skateboarding down the street, skateboarding, whatever,
it's not about skateboarding.
Listen, I got a question, Trigger Mike. Are you telling me that you think it would hinder you being in the military? You walk like I just don't. I don't know.
Yes. Well, I actually broke the only broken bone I've ever had was skateboarding. I broke trying to go down a half pipe.
E-Man, I got you on this. I got you on this one, E-Man. Because I was in this situation with my son. My son has been dating this girl for a while. They about to get married. My son had a job making six figures at 24 years old. And my son is great with money. He's great with money. And so the situation is this. He made a decision based on his income, his savings, the money he had put away, and told his fiance, I'm about to do this move. She didn't agree with it. She went and told her father and tried to get her father to convince my son not to do what he wanted to do. I told my son, I said, look, you proven to me that you're a man. You've been on your own for 3-4 years. You pay your own bills. You never asked me for a dime. You as a man, you make your own decision on what you want to do with your life. If that woman can't be with you, don't listen to her father and don't listen to her. Because when it's all said and done, you're going to be taking care of her and her father because her father don't have any sons. And they family when they get old. So you as a man, move how you want to move. If she can't move with you, then she can't move with you.
I agree. I agree. This idea that we could just tell other people, kids, what to do, and they're supposed to listen is crazy.
I only tell my son is 26. Since my son's been 26.
You guys are full of shit, man. You just said this whole diatribe of vetting a man. And the first thing you're saying that you can't tell him shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought you gave your final thoughts. Bullshit.
How mean, you
You
gonna say,
can't
I mean,
say
I'm
stuff to
fitting
your
this guy
first
for my
son.
daughter, but
Mr.
he ain't
Paint,
listening to me because he's an ass. He's his own man.
Mr. Paint,
You know
guys
what?
are
hold
full
I
of
on.
was
shit,
gonna let
hypocrites,
y'all.
man. Come on.
I
Wait,
was gonna
Mr.
let
Paint,
y'all
hold
get
on.
final thoughts, but now I'm taking my black
Let
ass
me.
to bed. Y'all done cursed. I'm not about to yell with y'all. Thank y'all for coming through to the Trigger Mike Show. Thank you for all the super chats. I want to thank the panel, everybody that came on. Y'all know I rock with y'all. Always come on to show your support. And I will always let y'all on, man. Y'all gave a great conversation for tonight. Y'all are always welcome on the Trigger Mike Show and the Lapeef Network. Please show your support. We're on our way to 100,000. Please share this out. Share this stream out to your friends. Let them know this is what we'll be doing. Right now, I'm going to be on Monday and Wednesday. I might even create a new type of show to do on Saturday. I'm going to run that past the big guy, see what we could do for y'all. But as always, we appreciate it. Shout out to the sponsor, Tish Hanley. The link is in the description. 30% off, along with a free gift. That is down in the description. Link. Get some Tish Hanley skincare for your man or your father for Father's Day. That'll be a great time for that. And we'll be back with another hot topic for you. Tomorrow night, we got the big show, Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure to set your timer and your notifications for that show. I don't even know if I'm going to be on it yet. But yeah, you already know we're going to have an all-star panel put together for you for that show. That's going to be dope. So make sure you set the timer. Join the network if you're already a subscriber. Like this video on your way out and subscribe if you have not. I appreciate every single one of you, all of my all-stars in the chat. Y'all know I rock with y'all for real. Your boy Trigger Mike, I'm out. Get some sleep in this mug. I got to get my kids ready for school in a few hours. All right, I'm out, y'all. Have a good night.